and curiosity into innovation. With it, passion and dreams build incredible things. Belief builds impossibilities, even the future itself. And connection reminds us how to be human, how to stay human. At InterSwitch, we don't just move money, we keep people moving, so that when it matters the most, you don't lose out on the moments. InterSwitch, never stop.
Future. We call it HEART: health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. These are the areas where smart investments can unlock the most progress for Nigeria and where the right investments can raise our nation's vital signs. We've supported the deployment of 300 smart diagnostics Ilera Eco Boots, and we're using drones to deliver medical supplies. We've also funded a 1.2 billion naira maternity facility where 720 safe births have already occurred, and with a 1 billion naira health workers fund, we've supported 10,000 medics at crucial points. All of this contributes to 1.9 million more Nigerians having access to safer primary health care. With EduBank, more than 5,000 students are staying in school. We've invested over 10 billion naira in education, trained hundreds of school leaders across 12 cities, and opened career paths for nearly 1,000 software engineers. We've also created a 2 billion naira scholarship fund for undergraduates. Now that's commitment. For Sterling, education isn't charity, it is the literal engine of innovation. In just 5 years, we have poured in 500 billion naira into agriculture. Through Sway AgFin, we have financed 25,000 farmers, 43% of which are women and 70% of whom are youth. Through our CBEX blockchain platform, we have traded over 3 billion naira worth of commodities. And all of these efforts together has contributed to over 500,000 jobs. Sterling has committed over 15 billion naira into renewable energy. On our Imperium platform alone, we have financed 2.83 billion naira into solar power, lighted up hundreds of homes and businesses with clean energy. Even our headquarters, Sterling Towers, is now green certified. When it comes to HEART, we're definitely showing our workings. To learn more about our HEART strategic focus, visit sterling.ng/HEART.
Is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product live, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections. Your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lilian.ogbedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you. Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September 26th, the ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below or contact the numbers displayed on the screen. 090-761-32249. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lilian.ogbedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you.
Money. We see it move. We see it move swiftly, securely, intelligently. But by itself, money has no meaning. Until ingenuity turns it into solutions. Compassion turns it into a gift. And curiosity into innovation. With it, passion and dreams build incredible things. Belief builds impossibilities, even the future itself. connection. Connection reminds us how to be human. How to stay human. At InterSwitch, we don't just move money. We keep people moving, so that when it matters the most, you don't lose out on the moments. InterSwitch. Never stop.
Sterling has a heartbeat strategy for Nigeria's future. We call it HEART: health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. These are the areas where smart investments can unlock the most progress for Nigeria and where the right investments can raise our nation's vital signs. We've supported the deployment of 300 smart diagnostics Ilera Eco Boots, and we're using drones to deliver medical supplies. We've also funded a 1.2 billion naira maternity facility where 720 safe births have already occurred, and with a 1 billion naira health workers fund, we've supported 10,000 medics at crucial points. All of this contributes to 1.9 million more Nigerians having access to safer primary health care. With EduBrand, more than 5,000 students are staying in school. We've invested over 10 billion naira in education, trained hundreds of school leaders across 12 cities, and opened career paths for nearly 1,000 software engineers. We've also created a 2 billion naira scholarship fund for undergraduates. Now that's commitment. For Sterling, education isn't charity. It is the literal engine of innovation. Through Sway AgFin, we have financed 25,000 farmers, 43% of which are women and 70% of whom are youth. Through our CBEX blockchain platform, we have traded over 3 billion naira worth of commodities. And all of these efforts together has contributed to over 500,000 jobs. Sterling has committed over 15 billion naira into renewable energy. On our Imperium platform alone, we have financed 2.83 billion naira into solar power, lighted up hundreds of homes and businesses with clean energy. Even our headquarters, Sterling Towers, is now green certified. When it comes to HEART, we're definitely showing our workings. To learn more about our HEART strategic focus, visit sterling.ng/HEART.
Swiftly, securely, intelligently. But by itself, money has no meaning. Until ingenuity turns it into solutions. Compassion turns it into a gift, and curiosity into innovation. With it, passion and dreams build incredible things. Belief builds impossibilities, even the future itself. And connection. Connection reminds us how to be human. How to stay human. At InterSwitch, we don't just move money. We keep people moving, so that when it matters the most, you don't lose out on the moments. InterSwitch. Never stop. money. We see it move. We see it move swiftly, securely, intelligently. But by itself, money has no meaning. Until ingenuity turns it into solutions. Compassion turns it into a gift. And curiosity into innovation. With it, passion and dreams build incredible things. Belief builds impossibilities, even the future itself. And connection. Connection reminds us how to be human. How to stay human. At InterSwitch, we don't just move money. We keep people moving, so that when it matters the most, you don't lose out on the moments. InterSwitch. Never stop.
Africa is rising and Nigeria is leading the conversation. This September, the world comes to Lagos for the Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo 2026. The ultimate platform connecting businesses, investors, innovators, and decision makers. At the prestigious Invest Nigeria Conference and Expo, your brand gets more than a booth. You gain visibility, ultimate access, partnership that produce results, and the real business opportunities. This is an opportunity to showcase your product life, meet investors face to face, generate quality leads, network with CEOs, government representatives, international delegates, and industry leaders from across sectors. With media exposure, strategic positioning, B2B meetings, and high-level conference sections, your business becomes part of the future of trade and investment in Africa. Are you an established brand looking to dominate your market, or an SME ready to grow? Spaces are limited and selling fast. To register, kindly click on the registration link below or contact the numbers displayed. You can also call 080-236-76950. You can as well contact us using the email address lilian.ogbedubo@lagoschambers.com or temitope@lagoschambers.com. Secure your boots today. Time is ticking. Brought to you by Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We definitely cannot wait to have you.
money. We see it move. We see it move swiftly, securely, intelligently. But by itself, money has no meaning. Until ingenuity turns it into solutions. Compassion turns it into a gift. And curiosity into innovation. With it, passion and dreams build incredible things. Belief builds impossibilities, even the future itself. And connection reminds us how to be human, how to stay human. At InterSwitch, we don't just move money, we keep people moving, so that when it matters the most, you don't lose out on the moments. InterSwitch, never stop.
Sterling has a heartbeat strategy for Nigeria's future. We call it HEART: health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. These are the areas where smart investments can unlock the most progress for Nigeria and where the right investments can raise our nation's vital signs. We've supported the deployment of 300 smart diagnostics Ilera Eco booths, and we're using drones to deliver medical supplies. We've also funded a 1.2 billion naira maternity facility where 720 safe births have already occurred, and with a 1 billion naira health workers fund, we've supported 10,000 medics at crucial points. All of this contributes to 1.9 million more Nigerians having access to safer primary health care. With EduBank, more than 5,000 students are staying in school. We've invested over 10 billion naira in education, trained hundreds of school leaders across 12 cities, and opened career paths for nearly 1,000 software engineers. We've also created a 2 billion naira scholarship fund for undergraduates. Now that's commitment. For Sterling, education isn't charity, it is the literal engine of innovation. In just 5 years, we have poured in 500 billion naira into agriculture. Through Sway AgFin, we have financed 25,000 farmers, 43% of which are women and 70% of whom are youth. Through our CBEX blockchain platform, we have traded over 3 billion naira worth of commodities. And all of these efforts together has contributed to over 500,000 jobs. Sterling has committed over 15 billion naira into renewable energy. On our Imperium platform alone, we have financed 2.83 billion naira into solar power, lighted up hundreds of homes and businesses with clean energy. Even our headquarters, Sterling Towers, is now green certified. When it comes to HEART, we're definitely showing our workings. To learn more about our HEART strategic focus, visit sterling.ng/HEART.
I welcome you to the diplomatic breakfast meeting and the day-to-day sessions organized by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the 2024 Lagos International Trade Fair.
We were importers of various pharmaceutical items from India and China. Later, I felt there is no point in keep importing and we should add value to what we are doing in Nigeria. So we decided to invest in Nigeria, to manufacture locally, and then promote our products.
Street Fair event, and so far it's been good. I came with my company, Rich Properties Nigeria Limited, and marketing so far has been fantastic.
This stuff to buy are and things are cheap. They even have students' price for everything.
Yes, even though this is my second time going with a student, I just want to say it is amazing.
And I'm here for the Lagos International Trade Fair. But so far so good, the turnout is not bad. And I've seen a lot of things that I like, both international and locally.
For the very first time, yesterday we have held the first ever Cameroon Economic Forum in Lagos.
Money. We see it move. We see it move swiftly, securely, intelligently. But by itself, money has no meaning. Until ingenuity turns it into solutions. Compassion turns it into a gift. And curiosity into innovation. With it, passion and dreams build incredible things. Possibilities, even the future itself. And connection. Connection reminds us how to be human. To stay human. At InterSwitch, we don't just move money. We keep people moving, so that when it matters the most, you don't lose out on the moments. InterSwitch. Never stop.
Once again, I need to apologize for the flight delay. Because most of you are already in the aircraft. I'm very sorry for keeping you here because of the multiple things that we do in the chamber, but that is not enough an excuse. Please, pardon me. We were all here yesterday. And I thank you for being here yesterday. Distinguished guests, government representatives, industry leaders, the funders that are here, and delegates, good morning, and a warm welcome to this second final day of ICTEL EXPO 2026. You are all welcome again, and thank you for believing in us. As I stand before you today, I'm filled with pride, optimism, and a profound sense of shared responsibility. Seeing you making extremely happy. Over the 24 hours of this hall has vibrated with dynamic conversation. The one provided a fundamental truth. Africa is not waiting for the seat in a global digital table. We are building a table for ourselves. We got the wood, we started yesterday. If the one was about the demonstration of African potential, today, day 2 must be about charting our path to proof and implementation. We are moving from potential to proof and celebrating our technopreneurs that are here. Yesterday, as I walked through the exhibition hall back there, I saw the proof in real time. We saw bold and resilient funder presenting high impact, stable solution from fintech platform driving deep into financial inclusion to agri system modernizing our food supply chain. We saw practical real-world deployment of artificial intelligence. We saw blockchain, enterprise cloud computing, and creative technology. We have leverage on ICTEL platform to showcase your ingenuity, and the risk capital we celebrate you all. Your ventures is no longer just a promising setup. You are building a transformative tools that power healthcare, education, agriculture, and government across all continents. Because of your work, our national conversation has shifted. We are no longer asking what is possible. We are only asking what is next. The key takeaway of the one consensus that we all agree here yesterday, especially the C-level rendezvous, the keynote addresses, and the panel section tackle the hardest question facing the ecosystem, the future of our work, and the future of our talent retention. You all know what I mean, the JAPA syndrome. Building a trust in our digital payment network, expanding the broadband, data center, and internet exchange point. The leadership imperative required us to own the network tech frontier. Through it all, a clear consensus was emerged yesterday from regulator, investor, and operator alike. Innovation cannot thrive in a vacuum. It requires proactive, enabling policy. Policy must not lag behind innovation. It must anticipate it. We need predictability, tech-friendly framework that encourage both experimentation while safeguarding consumer and promoting digital inclusion. As its core, Africa Digital Ecosystem will define 3 non-negotiable pillars: infrastructure, policy, and talent. Our greatest natural resources is talent and Afrocentric innovation. We have abundant talent in Nigeria, from the Yaba hub and all other hubs. Looking across this hall, I'm particularly energized by the powerful representation of women in tech and youth-led setup. You are not only participating, you are not just here, you are a major focus. The youth and women in tech. I think the women in tech need to clap for themselves, joining by the youth. You are our leading primary solution provider for Africa and the world. This reinforces the absolute truth. Talent is Africa's greatest natural resources. We must be deliberate and aggressive about the strategy. Invest deeply in STEM, education, continue workforce reskilling. We must empower the young Africa not just to consume digital tools, but to engineer it by themselves. We must think locally and build globally. The solution we need must originate from Africa reality, yet adheres to global standard and capable of scaling seamlessly across borders. We do not need a copycat. We don't need to do a copy and paste model. We need to originate Afrocentric innovation. As we dive into today's product demo and pitch section, let us ensure that this expo marks the end of talk and the beginning of execution. To demonstrate our commitment to actionable progress, I'm very happy and proud to formally announce that SCCI BOI Innovation Hub, fully equipped, tech power, it is now open for business in our Ikeja office. That's the Ikeja Convention Center. This facility is designed to convert our raw talent into commercial scale. We are actively seeking strategic partner, investor, corporate sponsor in mentoring youth startup, accelerating job creation, and driving into commercial innovation. Already, it has been known for over 12 months. And it has been a hub for many of the tech associates. They will all be there. And I will employ every one of us here to find time to go to Ikeja, just near Marwa Garden there, the convention center. We have about 3 floors for you to come and see. They say seeing is believing. Please join us in this mission. We must construct it together. To our sponsors, our partners, speakers and volunteers, and all the delegates and all the visitors that are here. Thank you for your dedication, for making ICTEL EXPO 2026 an extraordinary success. Your insight and investment that are fueling tomorrow's transformation. As we conclude this flagship event today, let us leave this venue not mere informed, but fully mobilized. Let us return to our boardroom, lab, hall, and policy chamber with renewed urgency. Let us dare to build an Africa where technology elevates every citizen, strengthens every businesses, and empower every community. Africa is not tomorrow. Africa moment is right now. Let us rise and lead boldly. Thank you, and I wish you, today is the final day, I wish you a very fruitful deliberation, and I'm sure all of us will have a take-home of what we can take from here. Thank you for listening to me. God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Please come and give him another round of applause. Thank you, sir. Indeed, Africa's moment is today, and that is why ICTEL Expo is relevant even at this time. All right, so we're going to be moving into the next node sessions. So first up, we're going to be welcoming to the stage Mr. Tunji Jimoh. He's the Director, Lagos Zonal Office of the Nigerian Communications Commissions, that's NCC, and he's ably representing Dr. Aminu Maina, the Executive Vice Chairman of NCC. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome to the stage for his keynote address, Mr. Tunji Jimoh. Please, a round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests and participants. As introduced, my name is Tunji Jimoh, representing the Executive Vice Chairman, Dr. Aminu Maina of the NCC, who is unavoidably absent in today's forum. He sent his unreserved apologies, and he has sent me to deliver his goodwill message. Good morning, all. Distinguished guests, captains of the industry, leaders of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, esteemed stakeholders of Africa's technology ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the 12th edition of ICTEL Expo Conference. I commend the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for sustaining this important platform, which continues to bring together policymakers, regulators, investors, innovators, and business leaders to shape the future of Nigeria's digital economy. In 2024, I was privileged to deliver the keynote at this SCCI's conference on building resilience, the impact of recent West Africa subsea cable cuts, during which our discussions centered on resilience and the lessons arising from the unprecedented disruption caused by subsea cable cuts across West Africa, particularly the one that took place in March of that year that impacted the entire sub-region and even part of Southern Africa. Those events highlighted the critical role of telecommunications infrastructure in modern economies and reinforced the need to safeguard the digital foundations upon which commerce, governance, and social interactions increasingly depend. The themes of today's conversation, Africa's next tech frontier, building, securing, and scaling digital prosperity, moves beyond the focus on simply building and securing our infrastructure to, in fact, scaling it to unlock sustainable growth. It challenges us to look beyond recovery and concentrate on creating the ecosystem capable of driving innovation, attracting investment, generating jobs, and accelerating inclusive economic growth across the continent. On the first theme, building the frontier, infrastructure as the foundation. Every digital economy is only as strong as the infrastructure that supports it. Nigeria's broadband infrastructure is expanding steadily, providing a strong foundation for country's digital transformation, powered by 4 thriving mobile network operators. Our telecommunications ecosystem today supports over 188 million active mobile connections, reflecting the growth, reach of digital connectivity across the country. While fiber to the home remains at an early stage of development, subscriptions have grown to approximately 2 further as ongoing regulatory initiatives, including our wholesale fixed broadband market. Assessment helped create a more competitive and investment-friendly broadband market. At the same time, new data centers are being established across the country, providing the critical infrastructure needed for local data storage, cloud computing, low latency digital services, financial transactions, and other data-intensive applications. Satellite connectivity is also gathering momentum, with Nigeria emerging as a continental leader through its robust and transparent licensing framework. As demand for reliable, high-speed connectivity continues to grow, the industry is responding with sustained investments to expand capacity and improve service quality. In 2025 alone, our operators in the telecom sector invested over $1 billion in network upgrades and deployment of new infrastructure across the country. Our records also show that more than 5,000 network enhancement interventions have been implemented within the past year. This includes deployment of new 4G and 5G base stations, the rollout of additional coverage sites to expand network reach, and strategic spectrum acquisitions to improve capacity and enhance quality of service. In Nigeria, the communication sector is demonstrating remarkable resilience, sustained growth. According to the latest industry statistics, broadband penetration stands at 55.67% as at April 2026, while internet subscriptions have reached over 153 million. These figures underscore the growing importance of digital connectivity as a primary enabler of economic activity and social development. They also reflect sustained investment by operators, supportive regulatory interventions, and increasing demand for digital services across Nigeria. Indeed, internet traffic exceeded 1.4 million terabytes in April 2026 alone, compared with 983,000 terabytes in the same month of 2025 and 760,000 terabytes in April 2024. In the past 2 years, internet data consumption has grown by over 83%. This is a clear indication of the accelerating pace of Nigeria's digital transformation and increasing demand for reliable broadband connectivity. Securing the frontier, protecting digital assets. Digital prosperity cannot thrive where infrastructure is vulnerable to sabotage, vandalism, cyber threats, and operational disruptions. The telecommunications sector continues to face significant challenges arising from cyber threats, fiber cuts, equipment vandalism, theft, and accidental damage caused by construction activities. In the first quarter of 2026 alone, our telecom operators recorded nearly 5,900 fiber cut incidents nationwide, underscoring the scale of challenge and impact on service delivery. In 2024, you will recall, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signed the executive order on critical national information infrastructure, which designates IT assets and infrastructure of the telecommunications sector and 12 other sectors of the economy as critical national assets. This is a significant milestone for us in the industry, as protecting these assets are essential to national security, economic stability, and digital transformation. The operationalization of the presidential order is well underway. In collaboration with the Office of the National Security Advisor, the Commission is implementing a coordinated approach that combines stronger enforcement and technical minimum security standards with public awareness, stakeholder collaborations, mediation where disputes arise, and enforcement action where necessary. We have also deepened engagement with National Assembly, State Attorneys General, security agencies, the National Governors Forum, the Nigerian Governors Forum, industry associations, media organizations, and other key stakeholders to build broad ownership of this national agenda. To further strengthen coordination, the Federal Ministry of Works, the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, and the NCC inaugurated the Joint Standing Committee on the Protection of Fiber Optic Cables in February 2025. The committee is tasked with improving coordination before, during, and after road construction and maintenance activities, thereby reducing avoidable damage to telecommunications infrastructure. Beyond protecting our physical infrastructure, we are also strengthening the resilience of our digital infrastructure. And to this end, the NCC recently launched the Cyber Resilience Framework for the Nigerian communications sector. The framework enhances cybersecurity posture of Nigeria's communications ecosystem by providing a unified approach for communications service providers to prevent, detect, respond to, recover from, and learn from cyber incidents. In scaling the frontier, unlocking the digital prosperity, the ultimate objective of building and securing digital infrastructure is to scale its economic benefits across the society. Today, telecommunications is no longer simply an enabling service. It is a strategic economic asset that underpins virtually every sector of the Nigerian economy. The growth of fintech, e-commerce, digital trade, creative industries, agri-tech solutions, digital healthcare, remote work, and smart manufacturing is fundamentally dependent on reliable communications infrastructure. Recent data from the National Bureau of Statistics further demonstrate the growing significance of the sector. In the first quarter of 2026, the telecoms and information service sector recorded a real growth rate of 12.24% year on year and contributed 9.19% to the GDP. In nominal terms, the sector generated approximately 7.97 trillion naira during the quarter, reinforcing the position as one of the country's most important drivers of the economic growth. For us in the NCC, scaling digital prosperity is about more than extending network coverage. It is about ensuring that every connection is meaningful. It means delivering connectivity that is affordable, reliable, accessible, and able to improve lives, create opportunities, and drive inclusive economic growth for all Nigerians. As Africa's largest digital market, Nigeria is uniquely positioned to lead the continent's next phase of technological advancement. However, realizing this potential requires sustained investment in infrastructure, innovation, digital skills development, local content creation, and emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, cloud computing, the Internet of Things, and advanced connectivity solutions. Now the call to action is this. Ladies and gentlemen, the responsibility for building Africa's next technology frontier cannot rest on government or the regulators alone. It requires deliberate collaboration among policymakers, industry players, investors, academia, development partners, and the organized private sector. To the industry operators and investors, I encourage continued investment in network expansion, innovation, and emerging technologies that will support the next phase of digital growth. To the organized private sector and the business community, I urge deeper adoption of digital technologies and increased investment in digital transformation initiatives that improve productivity and competitiveness. To the policymakers and stakeholders, I encourage stronger collaboration in developing harmonized regulatory frameworks, protecting critical infrastructure, and promoting cross-border digital integration. Together, we can create secure, inclusive, and sustainable digital ecosystem capable of driving prosperity not only for Nigeria, but for Africa as a whole. In conclusion, as we gather at this year's ICTEL EXPO conference, let us renew our collective commitment to building the infrastructure, strengthening the trust, and creating partnerships necessary to unlock Nigeria's next digital frontier. The future belongs to the improved lives and drive sustainable growth. Nigeria stands ready to play its part in shaping that future. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you fruitful deliberation and a successful ICTEL EXPO. Dr. Aminu Maida, Executive Vice Chairman of the Nigerian Communications Commission. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, sir. Please let's give him another round of applause. Okay, thank you, sir, for such an encouraging keynote speech. We'll be moving quickly to the next keynote address. So join me as we welcome Engineer Lawal Oladapo. He's the GM, Lagos State Infrastructure Maintenance and Regulatory Agency, or what we also know as LASIMRA, who is representing the GM CEO of LASIMRA, Prince Elegushi Oyekomi. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome the GM of LASIMRA, Engineer Lawal Oladapo, with a round of applause, please. An ICTEL applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished Chairman of the LCCI ICT Sectoral Group, Director General and CEO of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, fellow regulators, captains of industry, telecom operators, innovators, investors, development partners, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and responsibility to stand before you today as General Manager of LASIMRA. Lagos is not just Nigeria's commercial capital, it is Africa's largest urban laboratory for digital transformation. What we get right here will shape the continent's next tech frontier. The theme of this conference captures exactly where we stand: building, securing, scaling digital prosperity. LASIMRA's mandate sits at the intersection of these three words. We regulate, protect, and enable the physical layer upon which every digital ambition rests. That is the fiber ducts, the right of way,
the critical ICT infrastructure that must remain resilient if Lagos is to remain competitive. I will address these 4 areas on which you have sought our insights, speaking from the operational reality of the agency I lead. 1, strengthen the security and protection of critical ICT infrastructure. Critical ICT infrastructure is no longer just cables in the ground. It is the nervous system of our economy, our security architecture, and our daily lives. When a fiber route is cut, banks slow down, hospitals lose connectivity, logistics performs freeze, and public trust erodes. LASIMRA has moved from reactive response to systematic, multi-layered protection. Our monitoring and enforcement teams now track every major infrastructure project daily. We no longer wait for complaints. We actively map and supervise ongoing works across the state. This continuous feasibility has significantly reduced the window of vulnerability during construction and maintenance. We have introduced structured incentives for whistleblowers, citizens, contractors, and even local artisans who report vandalism, illegal connections, or suspicious activity around critical assets now have a clear, confidential channel and tangible recognition. This has already begun to expand our eyes and ears on the ground. We deliberately work with communities, traditional leaders, community development associations, and especially the youth in the host communities are no longer spectators. They are partners. When young people understand that the fiber running through their neighborhood is linked to jobs, education, and the future of Lagos, they become its first line of defense. Finally, we have institutionalized collaboration with the Nigeria Police Force, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, and in extreme cases involving national security implications, the Department of State Services. Joint rapid response protocols are now in place. The goal is simple. Any threat to critical ICT infrastructure is treated as a threat to the economic security of Lagos State. Physical security, however, is only one layer. We must continue to push for deeper integration of geospatial monitoring, real-time incident dashboards, and eventual sensor-based early warning systems along high-value routes. Protection must become predictive, not merely reactive. 2, scaling broadband infrastructure and fiber deployment across urban and peri-urban areas. Lagos cannot talk about digital prosperity while large parts of the state will struggle with last mile and even middle mile connectivity. Scaling fiber is both a technical and a First, LASIMRA has developed a functional technology infrastructure right-of-way system, TIRS. It is currently under testing and will go live next month. Once operational, operators and investors will apply for right-of-way online, track their applications in real time, and receive decisions with heavy processes that frustrate legitimate investors must end. TIRS is our practical answer to that frustration. Second, serious investors have approached the Lagos State government with a proposal to build approximately 32,000 kilometers of fiber ducts across the state. That conversation is active and moving with unusual speed. If structured correctly, this will be one of the most consequential infrastructure interventions in Lagos in this decade. At the heart of this ambition is a non-negotiable policy: dig once. We must eradicate the culture of repeated, uncoordinated trenching of public roads and corridors. Every unnecessary excavation destroys value. Economic value, environmental value, and public trust. A property designed duct network governed by clear access rules and fair commercial terms will allow multiple operators to deploy fiber without repeatedly digging up the same streets. This is how we scale efficiently, reduce costs for operators, protect our roads, and accelerate broadband penetration into both dense urban centers and peri-urban communities. The Dig Once policy is not anti-operator, it is pro-Lagos. It is the only sustainable way to build the dense, redundant, high-capacity network that a city of this size and ambition requires. 3, driving regulatory efficiency to support infrastructure, investment, and innovation. Regulation that is slow, unpredictable, or opaque is a tax on investment. La CIMRA is deliberately redesigning how we regulate. The best regulatory system in the world shares certain characteristics, that is clarity, speed, transparency, and proportionality. We are embedding these principles. Digital-first processes must become the default. TIRS is only the beginning. We are working towards single digital window where applications, joint inspections, payments, and payment issuance live on one platform with full audit trails. Where an investor can see the status of the application in real time, trust increases and transaction costs fall. We must publish and enforce service level agreements, clear timelines for different categories of applications, and public reporting on our own performance against those timelines will force continuous improvements. Predictability is itself an investment incentive. Risk-based regulation is essential. Operators with strong compliance histories and robust safety records should face lighter touch processes. Those with repeated violations must face stricter scrutiny. This rewards good behavior and concentrates regulatory resources where they are most needed. We also need structured, regular engagement with industry. Technical working groups, pre-application clinics, and joint planning sessions with operators and other agencies reduce friction before problems escalate. Regulation should feel collaborative and not adversarial. Finally, regulatory efficiency must support innovation. We should create clear pathways for new technologies, whether micro-trenching techniques, advanced sensing, or novel drug designs, to be tested under controlled conditions. Lagos should be a place where responsible innovations is welcomed, not buried under process. 4, enabling a sustainable and secure digital ecosystem for businesses and citizens. A digital ecosystem that is neither sustainable nor secure will eventually collapse under its own contradictions. Sustainability begins with the Dig Once philosophy already discussed. Fewer excavations mean lower carbon emissions, less disruptions to communities, and longer-lasting public infrastructure. Beyond that, we must insist on shared infrastructure models wherever technically and commercially feasible. Encourage energy efficient designs in associated facilities, and plan for the full life cycle of the networks we approve, including responsible decommissioning and recycling of materials. Security of the ecosystem requires both physical protection of assets and resilience of the service that run on them. La CIMRA's work on critical infrastructure protection must be complemented by strong partnerships with cybersecurity agencies, operators, and the private sector so that threats, whether physical vandalism or sophisticated cyber attacks, are detected and mitigated rapidly. For businesses, the ultimate deliverable is reliable, high capacity, competitively priced connectivity that allows them to innovate and scale without constantly worrying about the underlying infrastructure. For citizens, it is meaningful access, connectivity that reaches homes, schools, primary health centers, and markets in both urban and peri-urban Lagos, accompanied by digital skills and affordable devices. A truly healthy ecosystem also protects data and privacy, supports local content and skills development, and creates pathways for Nigerian and African innovators to build on the infrastructure we are deploying. Connectivity without capability is incomplete. Capability without connectivity is frustrated potential. Ladies and gentlemen, Lagos has a unique opportunity. We can either continue with fragmented reactive approaches, or we can deliberately build a coherent, secure, and scalable digital backbone that becomes a competitive advantage for Nigeria and a model for Africa. LASIMRA is committed to playing its part with seriousness, transparency, and urgency. We will protect the infrastructure. We will accelerate legitimate deployment through better systems. We will regulate with efficiency and fairness, and we will keep the long-term interests of both businesses and citizens at the center of every decision. The next tech frontier will not be won by those who merely talk about digital prosperity. It will be won by those who dig the dogs once, protect them relentlessly, regulate intelligently, and ensure that the benefits reach widest possible number of people. I thank the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for this invitation and for consistently providing a platform where government and the private sector can speak honestly to each other. I look forward to the conversation that will follow today. Thank you, and God bless Lagos State.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Just before you go, if you could just wait for a bit, because we'd like to present you with a plaque. So please, I'd like to invite the president of the chamber. Sorry, if you could please, we'd like to present an award to you. So please, I'd invite the president of the chamber, Engineer Leye Kupoli, to present your award to you. Please, a round of applause for him. I believe it's always a great opportunity to have governmental agencies or regulatory agencies here with us to reassure us of their commitments to satisfying citizens. So thank you again. Thank you again, sir. All right, thank you so much. That is the award presented to Prince Elegushi Oyekomi, the GM CEO of LASIMRA, represented by the GM, Engineer Lawal Oladapo. Please, another round of applause as he returns to his seat. Thank you. All right, so we're moving to the next keynote address. We can see that from every speaker that comes here, they're all adding their own piece to the wider picture, which is the theme for this conference, Africa's Next Tech Frontier. We're looking at how to build, we're looking at how to scale, and how to secure digital prosperity. So to build on what has already been said, I'll be inviting our next keynote speaker. Okay, so please, he's going to be speaking on digital payments as the engine of inclusive commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome the Managing Director and CEO of Express Payment Solutions Limited, Mr. Wale Olayishade. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes to deliver his keynote address. Can we sustain the applause till he gets to the stage, please? Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'll start with so I'm speaking on digital payment as an engine for inclusive commerce. I have one or two slides to guide me, but I hope it comes up in time. Otherwise, I'll try and speak through I start typically with a disclosure. I don't know if anybody can help me. If it is it commerce or commerce? I have this African man, Nigerian intonation, so please, you will bear with me if my pronunciation of certain words does not align with the Queen's pronunciation. So I will be calling it commerce. My 16-year-old lady, who's in a big habit of correcting me, even though I'm the one paying for her education, will say, no, that is commerce. So please bear with me. I don't know if multimedia has, can you help me change it? Help me change it. It's easier that way. Help me change the slides. Okay, so the agenda, I will just be running through this, speaking on the opportunities we have in Nigeria, the payment landscape, engine of inclusion, how we can build and scale. Recall that we are talking about digital payment being the engine. So if it's going to be an engine, we have to be able to scale it. How we can secure this prosperity, and then we'll close with a path forward. So as a background, thank you, the next slide. As a background, commerce in the first principle is simply buying and selling, right, of goods and services, but underlining is how you distribute it. So the essential, before we go digital, commerce is all about, I have something, you need something, and then we meet. But in meeting, right from the days of trade by barter to the use of cowrie shells, to the coin, the stones, and then before we go to what we call cash, is that buyers and sellers have to have a means, an agreed means of exchanging that payment. Over the years and over the time, as we have gone through all the different industrial revolutions, we now have moved from exchanging this value through, at the last stage of it, cash, which still happens anyway, to doing this exchange of value via digital means. And in the last 1 decade, and just to put it out there, I work with Express Payments. Express Payments clocked 10 this year. The decade in itself is very, very instrumental in the kind of massive change that has happened in the landscape. I've been one that I've been given strictly 10 minutes. I will have reminded us, because a lot of times we don't tell our story. We don't look at where we're coming from, even though we're not going to rest on our hours with what has been achieved in the last 1 decade. But in the last 1 decade, there has been unprecedented transformation in the way individuals, businesses, governments exchange value. We have moved from cash kings to digital masters. And of course, while this has been done bank-led and through fintechs, we must not also forget the role that the regulator, prime regulator, central bank has played, especially in the process, in the era of improving financial inclusion, and more importantly, strengthening the efficiency of our payment system. One thing I think we'll agree with is that commerce is increasingly digital. It is borderless, because in the days of cash, we are restricted by how far the buyer and seller can get to see and meet and exchange. The distribution network is limited to the physical location where commerce is taking place. And that is why those that have the energy and the strength to take a night bus from Jos to Aba make a premium, because they have to make that physical journey to make that trip happen. Because we have gone digital, I don't need to leave Jos to go to Aba. In an instant, I make that transfer. And we have a strengthened distribution network as well that have supported the process. So we have gone digital, we have gone borderless, and instructive is to say that we have gone real time, and all of these things have been customer driven. So by my next one, what are the opportunities that this has given us? We have not gone to the deepening it. We're looking at where we are and what we've done. Nigeria's digital payments growth engine have been driven principally by, of course, the population, the NIP, and I must say also before NIP, an instant account to account, we had the banks connected via the likes of InterSwitch, such that you are no longer restricted to your bank. I remember those days that it is only the bank where you opened your bank account, the branch where you open your bank account that you can transact, because you have to bring out that manual ledger. And for those of us that still remember, you would know that if you are going to the bank, it's a whole day's affair. So you go in the morning, you collect your tally number, you wait, you dare not transact outside of your branch. But InterSwitch came, we have interconnectivity between the banks, and they're able to do transactions. And then, of course, NIPS came with NIP, and then we have the interbank transfer. And NIP, as 2024 data available, was able to process 11 billion transactions. Now, fintechs played a very important role in everyday commerce. Our kind of inclusion, remember we're deepening the inclusion, but how did we get to this inclusive state? The inclusion we have was basically fintech and bank-led. Our model was different from the ones you have in East Africa, where the inclusion there was driven by mobile money operations. What edge did we now have by our own fintech and bank-led that makes it different, more dynamic, and they are now beginning to copy it than the mobile money model? Mobile money model did not encourage interoperability, and that's why the likes of M-Pesa grew strong, and then you have to be M-Pesa to M-Pesa to enjoy the service. Of course, riding on Safaricom's telco infrastructure. But what we have had here is banks that are interconnected, so that we have fintechs that can now, again, layer on that interconnection. And so our own growth trajectory was that has built-in interoperability, which I would still speak on when we look at how that interoperability can now further deepen what we have achieved in that space. And of course, the payment service vision that started as 2000, gone through different iterations, and will now have 2028 being also another opportunity that grew our the engine of our destiny. There are some stats there that I will not waste time on. I'm trying to speak to my 5-10 minutes. So how did digital, next one, how did digital payments power inclusiveness in Nigeria's commerce? Inclusiveness in itself is, one, granting access, and then two, getting participants. So if we were to write it in mathematical equation, it would be I is equal to A plus P. And so for access, we were able to have millions of agents and POS terminals. The BVN-NIN combination helped our identity conundrum, which had been a problem that we are trying to solve by different means of national ID projects before the BVN and the NIN combination. And of course, the fintechs that I spoke about gave a lot of easy, low entry applications to access. Recall that initially, opening a bank account, when you're talking about inclusiveness. Inclusiveness, first of all, you must have access. The reason why inclusiveness was a problem before was that to open a bank account, I have to get up from my house, look for a bank branch, take a Ghana must go bag of credentials to prove myself, who I am, and all of that. And then after 3-4 days thereabout, I have the account opened, and then there's a minimum balance and all of that. That is an access issue. But fintechs helped us solve that access issue by low entry apps where you open on your app, you open an account, in a split second you have an account running, and of course at some point we have to start sharing it, but the conversation now is not around the compliance bit of it. Now, having made access possible for digital payment inclusion, the next thing was participation, because there's no point having a rail when you don't have traffic on it. And for participation, of course, every day we talk about 11 trillion as of 2024 transactions processed on NIP. Every day and year in, year out, we have millions of both physical and online traders who do transfers. If there's anybody in this room that has not done transfer of any sort in this month of July, can I just, so that we know that my statistics is probably wrong? There's nobody. So we have all done that. Of course, merchant payments and settlements. We'll come down to some of the advantages we have from this, and then of course you have a youth-driven commerce, and again, very essential, the delivery network. If you remember that commerce itself is exchange of goods, services, and the kind of network that we have underlaid it for delivery of those services. So I now said a combination of that access and participation is in itself an economic infrastructure. And what are infrastructure? Houses, roads, bridges. So it is a bridge. When you add access plus participation, you now have a bridge. That bridge, that strong economic bridge, is actually the backbone of the inclusiveness that has been built. These two things create a number of opportunities, which has also helped deepen, but which has a capacity to improve and deepen the economic, enough data to provide working loan capitals. A lot of micro and nano lending is going on, even though the rates are high, because again, the default rates, not for us to speak on that, but there's an opportunity there. When we crack the risk elements, as many as are cracking the risk elements, the rewards will surely follow. And then, of course, we have the formalization of informal business. If we're able to also, I know that at some point, Central Bank was trying to ensure that those agents running agency banking register as entities, corporate entities. At some point, I don't know how much of success that has gotten, because it created some bit of bottleneck, a bit of slowdown, extension of deadlines. But the objective there is to formalize the informal business. Given that MSMEs are the growth engines and drivers, again, of this inclusive commerce that we're speaking about, we need to be able to put some structure around them so that, again, we can strengthen that sector. If you can help me go to the next slide. So what are the impacts across various segments? I will skip through this quickly. We see the impact on, which I've spoken already, the the micro, medium, and small scale enterprises and the merchants. Very important impact is empowerment. We have succeeded in creating, and I will spend 1, 2, 3 minutes here, 2 minutes. We have succeeded in creating a lot of direct and indirect employment. I remember when I got my first cable television many years ago, I have a monthly ritual of going to Tiamio Savage to pay for the cable subscription. And on any day I have to go and make that subscription, I book a 2, 3, 4 hours to be able to renew my subscription. Today, we have a good number of banks and payment service companies that now offer this as a value-added service, where from your the comfort of your home, you do those renewals. What is a cascading effect? We have payment companies that can now employ people, pay them because they offer these value-added services. We have banks that can do the same. We have a lot of people that we call aggregators and merchants of these services. That is just one. I'm just speaking of paying for digital, for cable TV. The employment line, the employment line that just that one item has created. Same goes for airtime. Remember those coming from airtime vouchers that are printed on paper. And if you are a planner, I have some friends that are very good planners. They buy their strip that they are going to use to top up for the weekend. And God help you in this month of June, July. And you know, the rain falls and then grace touches you, water touches your strips of paper, and only 2 digits are missing in that strip. That's useless. But we've gone digital, you buy it. So it takes us sometimes to step back and look at the story and see how much employment we have created. And if we now are deliberate in deepening what has been done, and I will speak to the areas of opportunity to deepen this, we can now imagine the more cascading effects it will have in terms of both direct and indirect employment. Of course, I won't spend time on what Agents Network have also done. If you look at the number of people that have been employed who are now representatives of bank and bank branches at different nooks and crannies that banks will probably not go to. If you can help me go to the next slide, like I said, I won't spend too much time there. So, this is the cross-border and regional ambitions is one area that we now need to take the extent to which we have used payments to create inclusive commerce, and is one area of opportunity where we can now replicate and put in multiply effects of whatever we have done today on commerce for the continent. There are certain issues now that make cross-border, you know, it's sometimes you say that it's easier to trade between Nigeria and a country in Europe than to trade between Nigeria and Ghana, and that is saddening. So we have forex scarcity and high spreads. You have to first of all convert from naira to dollar, then dollar to CD, or any other equivalent African currency that you want to use for trade. You have, of course, the correspondent banking costs, because if you are going to do that conversion a good number of times, you are using platforms like, say, Swift, where you would pay enormous charges. There is a lot of fragmentation in the regulation across ECOWAS, for example. And of course, cash still remains dominant in many of these corridors. So this is the friction. And like I said, it's a risk reward. If you're able to. Nigeria, again, without a lot of repetition, we already have some assets. The instant transfers that we have, the strong fintech talents that we have, the capital we're able to attract, and of course the potential of even virtual assets like the e-Naira. So if we take these, our assets, the opportunities, perhaps that's a Pan-African payment settlement system is already established, and I know that quite a number of banks and fintechs are getting into this. The West African Digital Trade Corridor, we have the opportunity to reduce remittance costs, and more important, which if there's any other thing that we cannot remember, that I want us to remember from this conversation today, is that we, that is you, myself, and everybody that is a a participant. And when I say participant, I mean right from the infrastructure level. We had a conversation on infrastructure, right from the infrastructure level all the way down, I mean up the layers to the final touch point for the customer. We have the opportunity based on the assets that Nigeria has, especially over the last 1 decade, created for digital commerce, digital inclusive commerce. We have the opportunity to position this country as Africa's payment hub. And I treat it as a challenge to us. Like, there's one thing we'll take away in terms of deepening inclusive commerce. Because there's a market that needs to be served. Remember that serving the markets, if you remember, go back a bit to my last examples of just how airtime or cable television payment creates multiply effect of direct and indirect employment. Now look at the African market and being able to provide, solve the friction problems that we have. Imagine the prosperity that we're able to bring back to Nigeria. And that reputation, taking these our assets, and one of the things we don't blow our trumpet on is that instant account-to-account payment was first done in Nigeria. And a lot of advanced economies are now looking at studying and then trying to adopt it. We don't tell our stories enough. So thank you very much. It deserves a round of applause. So, haven't led those kind of things. We have, and that's why I said, if you look at the talents, the capital, and all that we have done, both as bank-led and fintech-led inclusiveness, we have the capacity to position Nigeria as Africa's payment hub. My last and probably second to the last closing slide is, of course, there are challenges, right? And I will try not to spend time on the challenges. For you to get honey, you have to be able to tame the bees. If it was that simple, it is often said that anything of value is not found on surface. Anything you find on the surface is not of value. You have to go steps beneath the ground or probably up the sky to be able to get anything of value. So the same thing here. There are challenges, some within our purview, others regulators, and I believe that this is a mix of every other person that has the opportunity to help to look at those challenges. We have, of course, the cash prevalence. We have infrastructure and power. I will not overemphasize that. And again, interestingly, the earlier keynote has spoken about infrastructure. We have regulatory intensity. We like the fact that regulators are helping us, they are working, but regulators still has a lot to do. And I won't spend a lot of time there. We have concentration risk, but again, that means we need more players in the industry. We have the foreign exchange, both its impact on the investments that you need to make. 3-4 years ago, a pure terminal is $100. It has really changed from $100. But $100 of 3 years ago, 4 years ago, is we're talking of 20,000-30,000 naira. And then today we are talking of 140,000, 150,000 for the same terminal. Not to now talk of licenses, the bare metal, and all of that. Even if you are doing cloud services to host, you still need to invest in foreign denominated assets. And then one big one that I left for last, and I always say this, we say Nigeria no they carry last. But there's one area that I always pray and I know that we will have to carry last, and that's has to be in the area of fraud. We have to carry last. We can't carry our first into the area of fraud. So it's a big challenge. The good thing is that collectively as an industry, a lot of work is being done, and for the first time we actually have a dip year-on-year in fraud instance. Because at the end of the day, when we talk of digital financial commerce, inclusive commerce, it is built on the foundation of trust. I have to be sure that I can leave my money with you. The entire financial system is built on the pillar of trust. And when that trust is missing, then every other thing we're saying actually is going to be a hard sell. So the bad guys are not sleeping. we should not as well. Okay, so I would be rounding up. How do we now thank you. How do we now ensure that, having seen the opportunities that we said to deepen this inclusiveness, we have to build rapidly, deepen, like I said, the agent and merchant density, not just to serve Nigeria. I say it again. There are agency networks in other parts of Africa. How does it look like that you have Nigerians in other parts of Africa? That's some man in Tetequashe. I'm using Ghanaian terms. I had opportunity of doing a bit of work in Ghana for some time. How can somebody in Tetequashe send money to his parents in Ado Ekiti and they collect it at an agent location? So we have to do a lot of building. We won't go into details, but we have to do a lot of building. And then we have to do a lot of securing. Again, I will leave the details on the screen, but we have to do a lot of securing. Like I said, trust is a foundation. And of course, we have to scale. We have to scale. The good thing is the Payment Service Vision 2028 is looking at increasing inclusion to 95%, 50 million users. Out of these 50 million users, they're looking at 15 million must come from underserved areas. And that's a 2-year, because it was launched June 2026. And please, if you have not, just take a look at the Payment Service Vision 2028. If you want to do anything about commerce, digital commerce, and you have not looked at that document, you need to do that. So I won't spend time there. But there's a strong aspiration from the regulator over the next 2 years. Of course, the regional corridors, ECOWAS, PAPS. PAPS is an AU initiative. Credit, we can't emphasize it. Unfortunately, I can't speak to that because it's outside of my mandate, but at the end of the day, access to credit is quite important for us to deepen. And of course, like I said, we have the opportunity to make Nigeria that corridor. So we can scale from Nigeria to the rest of Africa, and who says we cannot do it to the rest of the world? What should be our priorities in now trying to, thank you very much. I like this man that is helping me with these slides. What should now be our priorities in deepening inclusive commerce? Our priorities, first, the regulator doing their bit. The banks and the fintech, a lot rests on our shoulders as we continue to deepen the reach, as we continue to help reduce the financial illiteracy levels. Very important. The literacy level on financials is still and it is also one of the legs that leads to fraud. So there's a lot that needs to be done in that area. We need to share data responsibly. There's an open banking initiative, which the framework has been set, the working modalities are ongoing. We need to unlock credit. There's no two ways about it. There's no way you can deepen, and please let me just spend, whoever is taking time, let me spend 30 seconds to explain this. There is no way we want to deepen inclusive commerce if credit is not unlocked. So in Lagos, Nigeria, using Nigeria as an example, if I want to buy a phone, sometimes I don't want to bring up my phone because my phone looks kind of old. And this is where the problem is. If I need to change that phone, there are phones I could change it to that my company would tell me not to come and represent them because they expect me to use a phone by, again, foreign exchange conundrum, 2 to 3 million naira. What that means is that I have to do advanced isusu to be able to save and gather 3 million to make that one of purchase. But what credit does is that I get 100 or 200,000 and I get the phone. And because I have a good credit history and the fact that I have regular income, there is trust to give me that phone and then I pay over the next 2 to 3 years. How does this help the economy? The factory, let's assume that factory is in Nigeria, that sells or manufactures phone, has the capacity to only deliver a phone once in 2 or 3 years to me. But if there is credit, then 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 phones can leave that factory. What that means is that the turnout rate from that factory is going to be faster. The number of people that that factory can employ will be more. So there is no way we are going to talk about inclusive commerce driven by our digital platforms if we don't unlock credit. And like we've seen the opportunities, because we are sitting on tons of data, we have the opportunity, again, of course, working with the appropriate regulators to unlock. The good thing is that there's a National Bureau for Credit, this thing that is in the works. I think they've inaugurated, they started work, and let's see how far they go. And with the advent of open banking, where institutions can now responsibly share data, I am strongly opinionated that we would crack the credit conundrum, and then on the basis of that, we will see another round of boom in inclusive commerce. Of course, we have the to prioritize how we support merchants and the micro and the small and medium enterprises, and of course, partnerships. It takes a village to raise a child. If we want to also go far, which is why we're also here, we're all partners in one way or the other, and I use this opportunity to commend the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for creating a platform and for the exhibition. Then I can see, build partnerships. If one would chase a thousand, then two of us should chase 10,000. So thanks the chairman, the president and chairman in council, Engineer Kuli, the DG and your team for this opportunity. And thanks to everyone here as well. Partnership is something that we cannot overlook. In closing, thank you. If we can give a round of applause, it's deserved. In closing, the road ahead. Nigeria today operates one of the world's biggest highest volume real-time payment systems. Not controverted. But the next phase for us is not about just investing in payments. It's about converting that transaction scale into deeper inclusion, which I've tried to use some bit of time. I wish I had like an hour. Safer systems. Let's create productivity for our merchants, credit access, which I tried to also speak about, and regional leadership to deepen this inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you can agree that that was an informative session. If you can please remain on the stage, sir, Mr. Wale would like to present you your award. I'd like to invite the president of the chamber yet again to present the award to Mr. Wale Olaishade. He has spoken deeply on digital payments as the engine of inclusive commerce. So thank you so much, sir. We appreciate the value you have brought to us this morning. And right after this, we'd like to invite Mr. Tunji Jimo from the NCC to also receive his award from his session as well. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Wale. We appreciate your time and presence. Mr. Tunji Jimo, the Director, Lagos Zonal Office, Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. Thank you, sir. We appreciate the value that you brought to us this morning. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, so now we're moving to the next keynote address. And now this particular one is going to be speaking on banking, fintech and the future of embedded digital services. I'm sure at least every single person in this hall has 1 or 2 bank accounts. So these are very important conversations that we need to have. And to do justice to this is none other than a representative from your one customer bank, Mr. Olawole Omotosho, HCIB. He's the Group Chief Technology Officer of Sterling Financial Holdings, and he's representing Mr. Olayinka Oni, who is the Executive Director, Sterling Financial Holdings, and Non-Executive Director, Sterling Bank. Please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Omotosho to the stage. Can we give him a sterling applause, please? Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished guests, fellow builders of Nigeria's digital economy. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol so that I can save a bit of time. Let me begin with a single number. Last year, Nigerians moved 1.07 quadrillion naira electronically. That is 1 followed by 15 zeros. It is a number so large that it is almost stops meaning anything, except for one fact that it has brought out, that unmistakably, banking has already left the building. Banking has gotten to a point where these days, if someone says, I'm going to the bank, we ask questions like, we hope there is no problem, or what exactly is the issue. It's not almost normal again for people to wake up in the morning and decide that they are going to the bank. Many thanks to the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry and to the ICTEL EXPO for gathering the people who are actually building this future and not just talking about it. I bring you warm greetings from my Executive Director, Mr. Olayinka Oni, on whose behalf I have the honor of speaking this morning. And my name is Olawole Omotosho. I'm the Group Chief Technology Officer at Sterling Financial Holdings. I don't stand here as a futurist alone, but as someone whose team build and run this infrastructure every single day. And my argument this morning is simple. The future of banking is that you will stop noticing that there is a bank at all. The most financial services of the next set of years will be the ones where you never need to open an app to use it. We call it embedded finance. And in Nigeria, and not in the horizon, it is already under your feet. What does embedded finance really mean? Let me say plainly what I mean. For most of the bank's 500-year history, if you wanted a financial service, you have to go to a branch. Then we put the branch in your pocket, which we call the mobile app. But embedded finance is the next step, and it turns the whole model inside out. Instead of you going to the bank comes to you. But this time, quietly, invisible, and into the apps and moments that you're already used to. Let us picture Mama Ngozi, who sells provisions in Balogun Market. In the old model, to get a loan to restock, she has to close her store, travels to a branch, fill the forms, and wait for weeks for the loan to be approved. At the end of the day, this loan might likely be turned away because she has no pay slip, neither does she have collateral to justify the loan. But in the embedded model, the same app that she's already using to buy her inventory reads the sales flowing through her POS, offers her exactly the working capital she needs at exactly the moment she needs it. Before she has finished her morning tea, no branch, no forms, no banking hours underneath that actually powers the trust that Mama Ngozi really understands. And we are not talking about a Silicon Valley slide. This is already happening in Nigeria. Nigeria has become one of the most instructive embedded finance markets on earth, and we got here the hard way. Let us cast our mind back to the cash crunch that happened in early 2023. Almost overnight, tens of millions of cash-preferring Nigerians had no cash at all. It was painful, but it flipped a switch that will never flip back. The POS agent on the street became the neighborhood bank branch. Organizations like Paystack, Flutterwave, OP, MoneyPoint, and so on turned ordinary phones and small terminals into national infrastructure. And when Stripe acquired Paystack for more than $200 million, he told the world that Nigeria is the best financial technology oriented country when it comes to futuristic approach of finance. The numbers follow the behavior that 1.7 quadrillion naira in 2024 was up by another 469 trillion naira in a single year. We are not forecasting a digital economy. We are already living inside one. The real price is inclusion, but the volume is not the point. Formal financial inclusion in Nigeria has reached about 64%, real and hard-won progress. But turn it over, 1 in 3 Nigerian adults is still outside the formal system. They are credit-worthy, but they are invisible to the credit system. You will never reach them by building more branches. You will reach them only the way we have described that Mama Ngozi can be reached. By embedded finance, what they already do, buying airtime, selling tomatoes, riding a keke, farming a plot of land, embedded finance is not a luxury feature for the already banked. It may be the most single powerful financial inclusion tool this country has ever had, and that will become the price. Now let's talk about the trust and cybersecurity. Now the shadow is this. Today is day 2 of this program, and it is precisely where conversation must get serious. When finance is everywhere, so there is risk everywhere. But here are the numbers that should keep every one of us honest. In 2024, the Nigeria financial sector lost 52.26 billion naira to fraud. And over the last 5 years, fraud in our sector has surged by almost 200%. It would be easy to stop the story there and say the risk is simply too great to ignore. But it is not what the industry did. And this is the number I'm proudest of as a technologist that have spent all his life career in banking. In 2025, even as transaction volumes kept climbing, reported digital payment fraud fell by 51%. We cut more than half, not by slowing down transactions digitally, but by building better real-time monitoring, stronger authentication, and AI that catches anomaly in milliseconds before the money leaves the account. Transactions are soaring and frauds are falling. That is the whole lesson of embedded finance in one line. Trust is not the break in this industry. Trust is actually a product of what we are doing in the industry. Consider what embedded finance means for a bank like ours. The customer may never see our logo, but they see the merchant app. The platform's brand when something goes wrong, when money moves that shouldn't, and when data leaks, or when a scam gets through. The trust that breaks, often the liability that lands, belong to the regulated bank behind the rails. So in embedded finance, the invisible bank must be the most secure bank in the system. Data protection, cybersecurity, sound governance, these are not compliance overheads. They are the license to operate in a world where we work so hard to make sure banks are invisible, trust is the one thing that must always remain visible. Which brings me to artificial intelligence. Because artificial intelligence now sits on both sides of the counter, fraudsters also use this to clone voices, to probe our defense at machine speed. We use the same artificial intelligence to score credit for the credit invisible, above all to stop fraud in real time. That 51% drop is in large part an artificial intelligence story. But artificial intelligence in finance cannot be a black box. If an algorithm decides who receives a loan, then we owe every customer an answer to one question: why? At Sterling, we treat artificial intelligence governance the way we treat capital adequacy, as a core discipline, and it's never an afterthought. And all of it runs on data, and the new collateral, Nigeria's Data Protection Act, gave citizens real rights over their information, but the law is the floor and not the ceiling. The customer never reads our data sharing agreements, but they trust that their naira, their private details of their lives are safe in our hands. Honoring the trust quietly every single day is the real work done. So what does this ask from all of us, from all the people in this room? Two things. First, banks must be honest about who we are becoming. We are no longer only a consumer brand competing on footfall, but infrastructure. The secure regulated rails and the trust layer on which thousands of others are built, and we are going into a humbler role and a far more powerful one. We must finally retire the tired war between bank and fintechs. It was always a false one. The fintechs bring distribution, speed, and customer experience, while the bank brings the balance sheet, the license, the rich discipline, and the hard-earned trust. Embedded finance is what happens when these two stop fighting and start plugging into one another through open API, partnerships, open banking, which Nigeria is moving early to enable. Where do we sit as Sterling in this position? Let me be concrete about where we are pointing out in Sterling, because a keynote without conviction is just weather. We have built much of our strategy around sectors that actually carry Nigerian lives. We call it the art of Sterling, HEART, health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. It says our future will be measured not by how many products we can push, but how deeply and how affordable we can embed useful finance into where our people already live and work. The farm, the classroom, the clinic, the road, meet people where they are, and that is where embedded finance with a purpose. Let me leave you with this. For 5 centuries, we trained people to come to the bank. The next set of years that we see ahead of us is about the bank quietly going to people, into every app, every transaction, and every corner of this economy, until banking becomes as invisible and as utterly dependable as electricity. You do not think about power company when you switch on a light. Soon, you will not think about banks when you move your money. But we carry this paradox out of the room with us because it is a whole game. The whole invisible, and the more invisible we make the bank, the more visible we must keep the trust. The winners of the next decade will not be institutions with the most branches. Neither will it be the institution with the slickest app. They will be the institutions that their customers can completely trust and forget that they even exist. That is the future of banking. Fintech and embedded digital services. It is being built right now in this country and by the awesome people in this room. Let us build it boldly, let us build it securely, and let us build what can be trusted. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we give him another applause? Mr. Motosho, if you could please remain on the stage while I invite the president to present your award to you. He's spoken a lot, and I just hold on to what he has said about trust. And I think it's very, very relevant, especially when our money is involved. So thank you so much for such an impactful session. We'll be presenting your award. That's to Mr. Olawale Omotosho, the Group Chief Technology Officer, Sterling Financial Holdings. All right. Thank you so much, sir. Please come and give them a lovely round of applause. Thank you. Okay, so I'm moving to the next keynote speech. Now, by a show of hands, how many of us have ordered something online? Maybe food, clothes, electronics. Okay. How many of us have used your card for subscriptions, your ATM card? And I'm sure some of us have probably felt some type of way when the money is a lot larger, because we don't want the money to hang, or we don't want to hear stories. So just like our previous speaker said, trust is very important. And sometimes we have trust issues, especially when we're making online transactions like that. So we're going to be inviting our next speaker that will be speaking to this particular issue. He's going to be speaking on fintech, payments, and digital commerce, building trust at scale, so that the next time we're paying for something online, our minds will be at rest. So please join me as we welcome from Wema Bank, the manager, fintech partnership, Shegufumi Ogundipe. Please put your hands together as he comes to the stage. Can we give him a Wema applause, please? Lovely, thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us here. I'm just going to be standing on the existing protocol, so I don't take much of our time. So my name is Shegufumi Ogundipe, and I work with the best bank in the whole wide world, Wema Bank. And I'll be speaking, my Timlane is supposed to be here speaking, but he's caught up in a meeting, so I was speaking for him. So I'm just going to be starting here. Has any of us tried to buy, if you have experienced what I ordered versus what I got, let me see your hands up. A show of hands. All right, great. If you have tried to buy something online or trying to send someone money and the transaction failed or something, let me see your hands up. Okay, so let's just imagine Mrs. Nkechi trying to send Dolapo money in University of Ilorin. The school fee is due, and she needs to send the money like right now, otherwise she probably would have to pay for late fee or whatever. And she picks up her phone, tries to send the money. The app rolls, and the next thing you see is that, pump, it went off, right? Mrs. Nkechi calls Dolapo and says, have you seen the money I sent to you? Dolapo says, no, I haven't seen it. Time is rolling. Dolapo needs to pay for his school fee, and Mrs. Nkechi couldn't help herself. And that's the problem we're facing here in Nigeria today. And that is not just transaction, it's not about technology, it's about trust. The bank that Ms. Nkechi uses has failed, right, to give that trust expected to Mrs. Nkechi. And that's what I'm just going to be discussing here today. Right, not to take much of our time, I'm going to be starting here. The future of finance has moved from, I don't want to go to cowering. Let me come to digital. So we've moved from cash to ATMs, from ATMs to card, to mobile banking, to internet banking, to fintech, to embedded finance, and to AI. To be honest, we have done a very good job, and we deserve an applause. Please, can you clap for us, please? But sadly, something is missing. Have we innovated faster? Yes. But have we built trust? No. And that's what is missing. You know, trust is not about, oh, I can send my money, it goes now. I mean, I can use 2 seconds, 5 seconds, do scan to pay, you know, pay with voice banking and all of those things. That's technology. It enhances how people experience banking. But really, does it solve the trust problem? No, it doesn't solve the problem. Trust is reliability. Trust is transparency with speed. As a matter of fact, customers don't wake up wanting to experience digital payment. They wake up wanting certainty. That if I wake up in the middle of the night and send money to this person, the money goes. If I wake up in the middle of the night and my account is debited for any reason, I could call my bank or just push a notification on my banking app and my bank will resolve the problem. Or my fintech app will resolve the problem. Or the financial institution at bank will resolve the problem. But that's not the case today, right? There's a friend of mine that called me about 2 months ago. His name is Sheyi, rather. So Sheyi called me and said, Baba, I use this bank A, and I just woke up one morning and noticed that 5 million has left my account. I went to the bank to complain the next morning, and what I noticed was I had to be on the queue for a long time. After being attended to, they told me to be worked on, just give us 72 working hours. Oh, for 5 million naira. He waited for 72 working hours. On the 72nd hour, another 5 million was debited from his account. At that point, he knew that this problem is not to wait. It's to go and fight. Then he took war. He went on Instagram, went on Twitter, took war to the bank, and he fought before he could get his money. To be honest, should we get there? No. And that's the problem we're facing in Nigeria today. People have lost trust. We've built a lot of things. We've built technology. We've built speed, but we have not built how well people can trust us. And to be honest, to building trust, we need technology. I'm just going to touch on 3 pillars on building trust. We need technology, we need people, we need partnerships. As the last speaker said, the fintech and the banks are not to fight. The banks are enablers to the fintechs. The world that we're going into now, the banks will not be able to get to some places or give the actual financial inclusion that is needed in Nigeria of today without the help of the fintechs. As a matter of fact, as a bank, we will not be able to work in silos without some guys trying to help us in the fintechs. So we are a regulatory body, we are the mother guiding the child how to work, but the child will go faster or run faster when he gets to some age than the mother, and that's the fintech. So really, 3 things that we need technology, we need people, we need partnerships. And to be honest, visible. What I'm trying to say in essence is this. When you're trying to make a payment with those 3 factors in mind, the technology, the people, and the partnerships, it makes things easier. So when I'm sending money from fintech A and the bank B is the one supporting fintech A, we can easily locate any fraud activity that could have happened, whether on the fintech app, on the banking app, within a second. To be honest, one of my bosses used to say to me many years ago when I started my banking career, that money does not hang on air. Money sits somewhere. When you send money from bank A to bank B, it doesn't hang in air. It is either it has landed in bank B or it's still with bank A. So what we need is that partnership that helps people secure trust in us, right? Is money living? Money is living. Are you seeing your money? I'm seeing my money. Imagine when Sheyi's account was debited with 5 million naira. Imagine the bank picking up phone and say, "Oh, we noticed that you did not, you didn't transfer, you didn't send this money by yourself." Or probably when he went to report, the bank tells him and give him confidence that give us 2 days, we will resolve this, and that thing is resolved. They are able to get Sheyi his money. It will not just increase the experience of Sheyi, but it will increase the trust that Sheyi has in the financial system of Nigeria. And I think that's the essence of conversations like this, that we can do better as fintechs, as payment enabler, and as bank. Right. What we need, and I'm very sure what our customer needs, is not just infrastructure. Customer wants to know about is my money safe. And I know of my grandma that my grandma will never use fintech app. I had advised my grandma, oh, why don't you just download OPay and use OPay? My grandma told me that I've been using Fidelity for years. Never like, oh, maybe next money, this fintech app will cut away my money. To be honest, maybe it's not true. Maybe they're just scared. But the problem is that, and the gap is the problem, we've not been able to enhance or build trust with our customers, with our users. I'm just going to be running off with my presentation. And I will say this, right, that we need to build a system that detects issue early. We need to build a system that communicates with our customers, a system that gives better experience, a system that customer can sit in their house and say that I know that my money has left my account truly, but I know that my bank will solve it. I know that my fintech will get me my funds back. I know that these guys will settle this thing for me. And that is where we are going to in this Nigeria. We won't be able to do that if we don't partner the switches, the OFIs, the banks, the fintechs. There's a need for us working hand in hand to be able to give the experience, the trust that our customer needs to give it to them. Today, we've been able to build something in Wema Bank. Is an AI that helps you, is a technology. It's an AI that helps you to, that can tell when there's fraudulent activity, right? Shola received 800K in his account every month, and I'm rounding off. Shola received 800K in his account every month. Today, Shola received 800 million naira. The government will be like, are you playing? So what we built in Shola is doing something that we don't know, and Shola needs to come and tell us. Maybe Shola has stolen money from Sholakwe. So we need to be able to know where the money is coming from and where the money is going to and what the money is for. What we are trying to do is just to build an ecosystem that helps everybody to secure trust. Please, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to use this opportunity to tell you that we are all working together. And I hope that in the nearest future, a conversation that we're going to be having is a conversation of a financial institution that has the trust of its customer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ogundipe. Please give him another round of applause. All right, so please just remain on the stage while I invite the president of the chamber to present your award. I believe from his session now, do we trust our banks more? Hey, Mr. Ogundipe, they laugh. Do we just trust our banks more? Or we will start to trust them more? Okay, we will start to trust them more. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful session. We appreciate it. And we're definitely looking forward to the great innovations that our banks will be bringing towards building a stronger trust system between the systems.
We trust Wema Bank. They are very young, 82 years old. We trust them.
Thank you so much. Please let's give them a Wema applause. All right, so we're moving on to the next segment. Now we know that every global technology brand or company that we see today started from one simple idea or from a simple thought or from a simple pitch. And that is what we will be doing in this next segment. We're going to be having a product pitch, okay? And we'll see where, from their pitch, we see where the organization, takes us and how their trajectory goes over the next couple of months and years. So for the next product pitch, please join me as we welcome the founder of Lock Innovations, who are the owners of Lockam. They're one of the exhibitors here today at the ICTEL EXPO. So please put your hands together for Debbie Mangut. Please put your hands together as we welcome her to the stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to first begin by thanking Mr. President of the LCCI. Mr. President, good afternoon, sir. And the chairman of the ICT group, good afternoon, ma. Thank you so much for this opportunity to be able to present here. My name is Debbie Mangut, the founder of Locam. Thank you, my slides are up. I am Debbie Mangut, the founder of Locam. Locam is the new checkout option for social commerce across Africa. We help business owners like yourself convert hesitant buyers into committed customers using our automated installment solution by helping the buyer reserve an item and pay the rest over time. The gentleman that just spoke before me spoke about what I ordered versus what I got. And this sort of answers that question for everyone in the room as well. Okay. Technology. So, 93%. Did you know that a whooping 93% of buyers who tried to a brand new number from the research that was published by ClickPost earlier this year? So why is this figure highest in Africa, including Nigeria? In Africa, we earn in cycles, but our current payment option, which is just one that we have, demands that we pay all and we pay now. And that is a mismatch, which causes a flaw. A flaw that lives across several checkout options across Nigeria and Africa. So let me introduce you to the merchant that sits on the other side of the floor. Her name is Helen. So meet Helen. Helen is a fashion retailer who transacts from Lagos, Nigeria over social commerce. Every Monday morning, she wakes up to about 80 inquiries in her DM. Oh, hi, Helen. I like this. I want this. But by Friday, only 35 people have paid. 45 have ghosted her, as Gen Zs will say. They've gone totally silent. Why? Because Helen has only one payment option to offer these people, which is pay all and pay now. And when that happens, the customer who does not have all to pay all at once goes totally silent. We're all in this room. I believe we have seen how the inflation numbers has hit over the years. About 2 years ago, the NBS recorded that it went as high as 34%. And of recent, the reports from NBS also says it has gone down to about 15.9%. Well, let's be honest. People have not felt that in their pot of soup. I don't know if you have felt that in your pot of soup. And this is what causes the 45% or the 45 people who have ghosted Helen to sort of just not pay. Not that they don't want the product, not that they don't like the product, it's just that the current economic reality does not match with the payout option that is being offered to them, which is pay now and pay in full. So this is the market in which Locam plays in, the social commerce market. The numbers you see up there, the 4.4 billion, those are transactions that were collected last year over transactions on social commerce. In Nigeria alone, we raked in about $2 billion in transactions on social commerce. And this was collected using just the one payment option that is currently available, which is pay now and pay in full. The numbers you see below, which is the 59 billion, the $27 billion, those are the 93% that were abandoned, not collected. They're sitting in the DMs and in the messages of several Helens across Africa and Nigeria. Now, at Locam, within our first 3 years, our solution will be able to collect or recover these abandoned transactions, just 3% of them between the first 3 years of our existence, and that is to the tune of $813 million. So, Helen and the other merchants, they've tried several things. They understand that installment payments works. However, they didn't wait for anyone to build it. They started collecting it by themselves. And this is what happened. It broke. because chaos crept in. They were using their phones, they were using Excel sheets, they were using their bank statements to reconcile things, and chaos erupted. In fact, some of them got called out over social media and called frauds. Because why? The volume and what they were using to manage that installment program didn't just work. When we spoke to 250 merchants across Nigeria, 60% of them stopped doing installment payments. Why? Because they just couldn't manage it and the problems were not worth it. The other 40% still stayed on providing, but just to a small sect of close friends and families that they could trust, which leaves the other people left with only one payment option. Now, it is clear that installment without infrastructure is just a new problem creeping up. So, we do have people who are already providing some sort of solutions, but they all assume that the buyer has all the money to pay all at once and now. CDCare offers a savings culture where you save up to half of the money and then they front you your product. Clump provides credit, which definitely eliminates a part of the masses. But at Lockham, we come full circle because we provide a solution that meets the buyer at their current economic reality. You pay what you have, you pay at your pace in partnership with the merchant. At Lockham, this is what we do. We are the second checkout option that gives Nigerians and Africans the option to pay according to their economic reality. And this is how it works. So Helen is chatting with her friend or her customer. She sends a link. Once you click it, it takes you to the Lockham. You choose your duration, which is 1 month or 2 months, according to how Helen has set it. And then you choose the duration, the pacing, and the frequency, whether weekly, monthly, or bi-weekly. You click, and in under 30 seconds, you have reserved your product. Helen gets her alert that she has reserved her item, and she also gets a pay-ahead option in case she runs into money tomorrow. Now, the merchant, who is Helen, gets Cindy's alert immediately on her dashboard, and she can see what she has received. It is reconciled automatically, and she has all her details in one place. From then on, Lockham takes it, does all the auto reminders, and does all the auto charging back to the buyer. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is how far we've come at Lockham. Since inception, we are live, and we have been able to have a 66.7 link to deposit conversion rate. What does that mean? Out of every 3 links that a merchant sends to a buyer, 2 people make payments for it. And we have had a 100% completion rate with 0 defaults and 0 disputes. This is the team at Lockham. My name is Debbie, and I'm the founder of Lockham. I have 15 years advising business owners across Africa. I am a data scientist and a business analyst. Before building Lockham, I spoke to over 250 business owners, and together they understand the pain. We built the solution. I didn't build Lockham and approach them with this solution. We built it in collaboration with what they need as a people. John is our CTO. He has built similar products as this, and he has scaled from 0 to 1 million users. And Mr. Dedamola Degbite is our advisor. He advises us on regulatory and compliance. He brings with him over 20 years of experience in finance and treasury. He is the recent past chairman of CMC Microfinance Bank, and he brings also experience over the years that he has worked in Ernst & Young and Chevron Nigeria Limited. Now, this is how we earn at Lockham. For every buyer, they pay a flat fee of 1,500 naira only. And the merchant pays a 3% success fee rate. We only earn when the merchant transaction is successful. Now, this is our ask. Our specific ask today is we are looking for institutions like the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry that host cluster of merchants in their space to introduce Lockham to their customers. This will help them to recoup over 60% of abandoned transactions that they have sitting in their DMs and enable them to make money. When you bring Lockham into your network, every merchant gets access to a checkout option that meets the current economic reality of the buyer. You don't just support a startup like Lockham. For us, we believe that you'll be playing your part in securing and scaling the digital prosperity for Nigeria and Africa. And as we all know, and we say in this part of the world, it truly takes a village. So at Lockham, we believe that when checkout aligns with the economy, every sale lost becomes a prosperity found. Thank you so much for listening to my pitch. My name is Debbie, and I am available for questions. If you're a potential partner, our booth is at 107 just beside MTN. You can scan the QR code here, and you can start chatting with me immediately. I'm also open for investors. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. That's a very innovative creation, if you agree with me. Please let's give another round of applause. That's Debbie Mangat from Lockham. Very creative innovation. And of course, if you've got questions, clarifications, just like she said, you can feel free to walk to their booth and know that if you have something on your wish list, you can start to save it and buy it small. Okay? All right, so we're moving to the next agenda on the program. And we all know that innovation is speedily accelerating. So as innovation is moving quickly, we also need to do our duty to protect it. That is why today we're going to be speaking on cybersecurity. And of course, to speak to this, we have a professor. He's going to be speaking and presenting on cybersecurity, data protection, and digital trust in an AI-enabled economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome the CEO and Chief Visionary Officer of Digital and Code Limited, that is Professor Obadare Peter Adewale. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward for his presentation. Please, let's keep the applause. Let's keep the applause. Thank you so much. He's going to be speaking on cybersecurity and data protection.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so I'm actually expecting my slide. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon, and I want to appreciate the LCCI for this invitation. I guess everybody has been somehow talking about subject of cybersecurity. I just want to add my voice, because cybersecurity is actually not a new subject. It's what we've been talking about at least in Nigeria for quite some time. But the focus of my session this afternoon basically is to be able to make a distinction between, because oftentimes there's a lot of confusion when you hear data protection, cybersecurity, information security, digital trust. Most of those words are used interchangeably and they can be confusing. So what I wanted to do this afternoon is to make that distinction. Is there a clicker? Just to be able to break down the difference between, because sometimes cybersecurity, to me, can be very simple, but then it can be very complicated if we don't understand the basic things. And then a lot of times, the leadership of most organizations are confused. I remember some time ago, we went somewhere, there's the leadership of an organization, there was a data privacy breached. And then when they got a letter from the Nigerian Data Protection Commission that they have a data privacy breached, they were really confused. They were thinking maybe, they've been breached, through cybersecurity. So there's so much distinction. So as introduced, my name is Obadare Peter Adewale, and I'm going to be speaking on this subject. And of course, by way of introduction, a cybersecurity professional with over 65 professional certifications that cut across governance, risk, and compliance. And these are all the certifications. I'm also the first professor of practice in cybersecurity in Nigeria. So, well, I like to introduce myself because oftentimes when I say I have these certifications, people say they want to see it. So these are all the certifications just for avoidance of doubt. So these are all the certifications. Some of them, I'm the first licensed penetration tester in Africa since 2008, and it's been a journey. So I'm just going to skip them because of time. So this is the flow of my thoughts. Like I said, I'm going to be building a foundation of understanding on the distinction between data protection, data privacy, and information security. And then, of course, age of AI. AI is changing the landscape. Make no mistake about it. In fact, early this year, when Anthropic launched Cloud Code, I called one of the very top person in the banking industry, and I told them that, see, this is going to be a very bad year for a lot of organizations in Nigeria. And he was wondering, what do I mean that it's going to be a bad year? Because AI is rapidly fueling the rate at which cybercrime, essentially. Because some of the things that it takes an hacker to achieve before, maybe it could take them 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, because they need to compile some codes, they need to do a lot of integration with some cybersecurity tools. But guess what? With AI right now, even is a no-brainer. If you don't have any skill in cybercrime, today with AI, so the AI capabilities is there, but when you're talking about risk management, you need to understand different classification of risk. High risk, critical risk, low risk, medium risk. So the point is, in whatever innovation that you're doing, make sure it's only low risk. Because if it is critical, if it is high or medium risk, it will be very easy for an hacker to break into your system. So since we're talking about the age of AI, honestly, just like the internet changed our life. How many of you will agree that the internet changed everything? All the things that we're able to do today, communication at its best, payment at its best, is what? It's because of the internet. And one technology that is going to change everything, honestly, just like the internet has done, it's the artificial intelligence. Just like this man said, we all know, he said artificial intelligence will have more profound impact on humanity than fire, electricity, and the internet. And guess what? In fact, there's a group called the Wasena Arrangement. The Wasena Arrangement has classified AI as a dual-use good technology. And what does that mean? It means that just like the nuclear technology can be used for positive stuff, like in medical, biomedical, and stuff like that. But then, it can also be used for what? For weapon. It's the same way AI has its own positive side and also the negative side. So it's a dual-use technology, right? And of course, it's not just about the risk about AI. In fact, according to Business Insights, that the market by the year 2032, this is the projected market size. And if you ask me as a professional, I actually think this number is very huge. I mean, it's very small. So that's it's very small because AI is changing the landscape of everything, inclusive of cybersecurity. And that's why what you have seen in the Nigerian landscape this year, in fact, all those things are in the news. This organization has been hacked. In fact, at some point, those guys were, all of Nigerian data were exposed this year, right? Because AI is foiling cybercrime. Because there's no time, I've been told I have 15 minutes or so. So I wanted to break down some for innovators. If you're thinking of the way to use AI very well for positivity, in fact, in the original document for AI, that as far back as the 1958, the original, there is a 4Ds framework. If you're looking at the use case for AI, it's called the 4Ds framework. That if whatever is dangerous, whatever is dull, whatever is dirty, whatever is difficult, that's how to use AI. But there is actually no time. I'm going to be skipping what I wanted to say. And then, in breaking down information security, data protection. So imagine it this way. When we talk about information security is the broader word. It means that, the security, every kind of information, whether digital information or non-digital information. So that means Even verbal information, paper information, that's what information security covers. It's end-to-end, both digital and non-digital. But when you talk about cybersecurity, cybersecurity only focuses on digital information alone. That's the difference, right? Because, and when you think about the difference, both of them, it's about the state of well-being of any asset, right? Any asset to ensure confidentiality, integrity, availability, and then, of course, there are other factors like non-repudiation, authenticities. So that's the way. So it's a state of well-being, right? But the difference is information security is more broader. It covers both digital and non-digital, while cybersecurity, it's just for digital. But then, when you then talk about data protection has to do, of course, with focusing on the data, right? So cybersecurity is like you are protecting the outer layer, and the inside layer is what? Is the data. So data protection then focus on what? On the data, and that's why it's called data protection. But then, when you then look at it and then think about data privacy, the difference is data privacy has to do, is a legal issue, right? That's why, there's a distinction between data protection, right, and data privacy as well. So what is, they're very similar, but let me show us, when you think about data protection and cybersecurity, they're technical, right? But data privacy is a legal issue. So the point is, you can actually protect a data, but still violate data privacy. And that's what Nigerian Data Protection Commission is trying to educate a lot of organizations today. But the challenge is this: even if you are achieving data privacy and you have data breach in your organization, what will happen? You will have violated both data protection and data privacy. I hope I'm making sense. So that's why cybersecurity is very important, and that's why if you don't want to get fined by the Nigerian Data Protection, so you need to understand that data protection is about securing the data against unauthorized access, is essentially a technical issue, but can exist without data privacy. And what does that mean? It means that I can protect my data, but still not have data privacy. Do you understand? But data privacy is about authorized access, how data is collected. If you, whatever organization that you're doing, if you collect any data, that data must be originally used for intended purpose. And you must communicate it to the user. So if you collect any data and you use it for another intended purpose, you will violate data privacy. But it cannot exist without data protection. It seems like an oxymoron. It's not. Because if you are not protecting the data and the data is exposed, is already on the internet, you have violated my privacy. And that distinction is what I wanted to make today, right? So because there's no time, I will just quickly move. So like I said, AI is fueling cybercrime, and why security gaps are growing. They are growing because there was something happen. It's not just a Nigerian problem. It's a global problem, right? In fact, with all the things that has happened in the Nigeria space, and that is still happening, and there will still be more of those breaches that is going to happen in Nigeria. But one that I wanted to share because it's global is Canvas. Canvas is one of the biggest platforms for all the, in fact, for the very first time in the history of cybersecurity in the world. Guess what? Canvas is an educational platform. All the Ivy League schools are using it, all of them. But guess what? This year, they've been doing very fine, excellently fine. Nothing was wrong. But AI exposes the inherent vulnerability that Canvas, honestly, it took, that they couldn't see with their naked eye. And all the traditional cybersecurity tools could not see it. And this year, they were hacked. In fact, it exposed over 280 million students who were exposed. And for the very first time in the history of the world, they had to pay a ransom of 10 million. Allegedly, let me use that word as we use in Nigeria, 10 million, because Canvas never disclosed. But those guys asked for $10 million, and Canvas paid. They paid, why? Because of the ecosystem, because over 3.6 terabyte of billion of data impacted users, you can see, And, it was bad because Harvard, imagine schools like Harvard, MIT Sloan, Stanford, all of them were all using Canvas, and they were all impacted. So Canvas was forced to pay $30 million. And my point is, I wear different hats, sometimes as investigators. And from all the investigation that I've done this year, I can guarantee you, this is going to be on the increase. So whether you are in Nigeria, whether you are in America, believe me sincerely, AI, and this is the report by Anthropic. Guess what? AI lowers the barriers to what? For sophisticated crime. It is a dangerous time. If you have been experiencing cybercrime at some particular rate before, believe me, now it's going to be on the increase because AI is lowering the barrier. No technical expertise is required. I know my time, let me just run through it. Why? Agentic AI systems are being weaponized, right? It's being weaponized. There's no time. Cyber criminals are embedding AI throughout their operations. So AI is being used for all stages of operation. I need to skip them. So as a result, but what do we, and guess what? I wanted to quickly show us something so that you'll not be thinking, if you're in Nigeria, oh, they won't touch you. Even the biggest of the biggest companies. If there are vulnerabilities within your system that you don't fix, look at NVIDIA. Even NVIDIA suffered, there was an issue, but most of those times, and most of the times, if you are not within the cybersecurity landscape, you won't know. Even now, imagine how big NVIDIA is. Look at what happened to them. There was an incomplete patch for critical flaw. Attackers steal AI model data of NVIDIA. Why? Because there was a vulnerability. The same thing, ChatGPT, OpenAI. In fact, the bug that they were using for some of their applications, there was a bug within that open source platform. In fact, within some time, there was a lot of data privacy breach that exposes over 1.2 million users on the platform. So the point is this, you are not immune. If all these big companies, the same thing with some of us that are using Copilot, there was an echo leak vulnerability that exposes data on DeepSeek as well. All of them, believe me sincerely, all of these are, in the part of some of the research we have done at Digital Encode, some of the things that we've done. Even DeepSeek, when they were launched, guess what? So don't think that if you are, I used to tell people, two things I think AI will do. If you're an innovator and you have been innovator, you are doing very well, and you are not being responsible, AI will expose your irresponsibilities. Let me be honest with you. In fact, at the speed of light. But if you have been doing things well, AI will help you to optimize what you have been doing well. You understand? So that's my own. Because even with DeepSeek, look at hackers jailbreak, Claude. Some AI is foiling. Don't worry, I'm rounding up. Let me just go back. Let me round up. So many things is happening in that space. Some of the things people, but then, as we talked about information security, data protection, and all of these pieces that I've tried to explain, but there's no time. I wanted to explain more. What do we need to do? Because all these things will not stop. It's about to foster digital trust. Because especially in payment, especially in information technology, trust is everything. If trust is broken, believe me, the customers too, they will lose confidence in whatever we're building as innovator. But what do we need to do to foster digital trust? You can see, it's about, there are very simple things. Are we doing the right things? Whatever you are building, don't get ahead of yourself. Honestly, the question is, are we doing the right things? Are we doing them the right way? Are we getting them done well? Because that's the only way we can get. They sound very alike, but they are different, because when you ask the question, are we doing the right thing, is a strategy question. Are we doing them the right way is an architecture question. And are we getting them done well is a delivery question. And believe me, there are so many global standards that we can leverage on, but there is no time. I'm going to skip them. And guess what? In Nigeria, a lot of people have implemented global standard. But guess what? There is a lot of theater going on with the implementation of those standards. I call it standard implementation theater. We're paying lip service. Oh, I have ISO 27001. I have PCI DSS. What you are doing until you start, because most of the things, in fact, there was a conference I went to speak. I think it was in Belgium, and even the white people, and I challenged them because they were making a reference to that. Most of all of these standards, they don't do anything, and I disagree. I disagreed, and I told them that if you have ever implemented ISO 27001 or PCI DSS, and you have done it with the right intention, it's about risk management. You will be secure, but guess what we do? When an auditor is coming, everybody will just, documentation. In fact, people just do, it's so theatric. And it is because we're not doing the right thing, we're not doing them the right way. That's why it seems those standards, because if you implement those standards very well, guess what will happen? It will help you to build what I call risk intelligent quotient. Risk intelligent quotient means you are aware what is happening in your organization. There's visibility, right, within your organization, because when you build risk intelligent quotient, that's what the standard wants to do for you. Guess what? It moves you from hindsight to what? At the minimum, because on the risk intelligent quotient, there is the cognitive intelligence, algorithm intelligence, and augmented intelligence. At the minimum, when you implement those standards, you will be at the augmented intelligence, which means that you have visibility across all your enterprise infrastructure. So, don't worry, I'm rounding up. But my advice, don't be like these organizations. See, to build a robust risk intelligent quotient, do you know our attitude to cybersecurity? I've seen this, not just in Nigeria, everywhere all over the world. See this picture. Cybersecurity budget before a breach. Oh, the management, the board will tell you, oh, we don't have much money. But guess what? When there is a problem, do you know, they start to throw money. Oh, who will help us now? They will call this consultant. Don't ever be like that kind of organization. I am not encouraging rogue spending. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that be responsible enough, to be able to do the right thing at the beginning. It's safer for you than just being like this kind of organization. So, and another problem with most organizations is this. Sometimes we make an assumption that because I have a firewall, I have endpoint security. Think about cybersecurity like a burger. There are layers of security. And the truth is, with any layer that you don't protect becomes your what? Your vulnerable point. You understand? So that's what we need to understand. And okay, don't worry, I'm skipping all of them. So we need to understand the big picture. And I'm saying to all, because when we talk about cybersecurity, the innovator sometimes thinks we're trying to, when you put too much control, you are stopping us. No, nobody is stopping anybody. This is the picture for you if you're an innovator in the house. See, imagine a car without a brake. The brake is not to stop the innovation of the car, but it's to make sure that that innovation is working effectively and efficiently. Honestly speaking, and it's the same thing with all the cybersecurity controls, because it's about protection activities and what? Sustainment activities. So, and cybersecurity is not just about technology, invest in people and what? So it's about people, process, and what? And technology. And because the end goal is what? Digital trust. You want to achieve digital trust. Digital trust is not just only about cybersecurity. Trust, as we're building it, it's about what? Security and what? Reliability, which has safety, cybersecurity, privacy, and then, of course, accountability and oversight, inclusive, ethical, and responsible use. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Please let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. I'd like to invite the president of the chamber to please present his award for such a stellar presentation. I think one of the main things we've been discussing today is trust, digital trust, privacy, and all that entails to cybersecurity in a digital space. So thank you so much, sir, for such a timely reminder. It's been very impactful. All right, thank you so much. That is Professor Obadare Peter Adewale, the CEO and Chief Visionary Officer of Digital and Code Limited. Please let's give them another round of applause as they return to their seats. Thank you so much. So next up, we're going to be speaking on the future of Nigeria's digital economy. Speaking on...
All right, thank you so much, Osare, thank you. We'd like to make this presentation especially for Professor Oluwaranti, right? Is it in? Please put your hands together for Prof as he comes to take his award. Professor Oluwaranti, please. All right, maybe I saw him somewhere the other time. All right, once he comes into the room again, we'll bring him up for his award. Thank you so much, Sarah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sunday. So just before we take that award, we'll be introducing what our next session is speaking on. That is the future of Nigeria's digital economy, speaking on connectivity, innovation, and inclusion growth. Now, speaking to this, we're going to be inviting the founder and Group Chief Executive Officer of one of the leading electronic payment systems in our dear country, Nigeria, that is InterSwitch Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome with a warm applause Mr. Mitchell Elegbe to the stage as he comes for his presentation.
In 1999,
an ICTEL applause, please.
When an ATM swallowed his card. For most people, that's just an annoying travel story. For Mitchell Elegbe, it became a question. Why did a machine decide his card didn't belong? And what would it take to build a system where banks, cards, and transactions could actually speak to one another? At the time, Nigeria's banking system was deeply fragmented. Cash was still king. Long queues at bank branches were the norm, and even something as simple as using another bank's ATM could become a frustrating experience. Mitchell was 29. He had studied electrical engineering at the University of Benin and built his early career in oil and gas. He would later transition into ICT. He wasn't a banker, but he could see the gap clearly. If Nigeria's banks could be connected by one shared switch, money could move differently. So in 2002, he founded InterSwitch. Alongside early collaborators like Akeem Lawal and Charles Ifedi, he set out to build the infrastructure that could connect banks, ATMs, and transactions across the country. It was an ambitious idea, especially in Nigeria at the time. Power was unreliable, telecoms infrastructure was weak, and the digital payments ecosystem barely existed. Over time, InterSwitch became one of the most important payments infrastructure companies in Nigeria, processing a significant share of the country's electronic transactions. And from that core switching business came products millions of people would actually touch. Verve grew into one of Africa's biggest domestic card schemes, with over 120 million cards activated. QuickTeller became a familiar name in digital payments, and the company that started by sob story. In 2019, a $200 million investment from Visa valued InterSwitch at over $1 billion, making it Africa's first tech unicorn. Today, the company has an operational presence across 32 African countries. This is the story of a company that helped change how money moves in Nigeria, and if its foot in digital payments go next. This is the story of InterSwitch.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Taking off from where the previous speaker left off, I saw that video for the first time about 3 days ago. I was not consulted. Somebody said, your son looks like you, meaning there's a bit of resemblance. Some of the jackets in that picture, I wore them at some point in my life. But a lot of the pictures don't look like me, and some do look like me. How did they get all that information about me? There's no single place where that information has been put. Somebody, something, and I suspect AI, was able to somehow get different information about me, about the company over the years, and using that same technology, somebody created that. So the point that the previous speaker made about security, AI, cyber security and the like is real. I'm in the payment business, we face it every day. The number of people, companies trying to hack into the payment system will amaze you. And it's not just from Nigeria alone, it's from all over the world. So it's a full-time job. And all I can say at this point is I just come to pray for us, because in addition to all the investments that we make, a bit of prayer will be necessary. Now, I have been given let me just make sure everything is working. Yeah. So I've been asked to talk about the InterSwitch vision. The authors, the organizers in their wisdom thought I should talk about resilience. They wanted me to talk about scaling strategy and then talent acquisition and development. I will try. I have about 19 slides, but of those 19 slides, only maybe 10 of them are useful. So I'll try and keep it very short so that the message can come out. So if you're looking at vision, why are we doing this as InterSwitch? Like that earlier video told you, when I started thinking about InterSwitch, I've never done banking before. So I knew nothing about banking, never done payments before, so payments was new to me. The only thing I knew was that there was a social problem in Nigeria that needed to be solved. And it appeared in many other countries I've been to, that problem had been solved. It didn't make sense to us in 2002 that Nigerians will go to a bank branch, collect a tally number, go back to the office, come back later with that tally number and queue up for maybe 3 hours just to get cash. It did not make sense to us that even if you manage to get the cash, on your way home, if they don't collect it from me at Akpongbo, they'll collect it from me at Maitu or Okoko, depending on where you live. If the money manages to get home, somebody may come knock on your door on a Friday night or Saturday night, because they know by the very nature of how we use cash in Nigeria, you may have some cash at home because you need money for the whole weekend. Recently, I was telling my children about tally numbers and all those kind of things, and they couldn't relate. Why? All of them have bank accounts, but they never walked into a bank branch. They all have accounts by just using their mobile phone to download an app, do all the KYC checks, and that is it. So the world has come a long way from 2002 when we started. Today, there are thousands of companies in this ecosystem we call fintech, all of them trying to solve one problem or the other. We are very happy at InterSwitch that we had a vision to create that infrastructure for everyone to use. Now, with that infrastructure comes a lot of convenience, but comes a lot of challenges also, like the type the previous speakers talked about. But my view is that every time there is a challenge, try to look for the opportunity that that challenge creates. And in Nigeria, in Africa, there are hundreds, thousands of challenges, which really should translate to hundreds and thousands of opportunities for those who see them as such. So let's talk about the InterSwitch story. This morning, when I came earlier, and we hadn't started, I went to the coffee shop on the opposite side to grab coffee, and I met one very beautiful lady there. So we got talking. She wanted to know what I do for a living. I told her, she told me what she did also. Then I asked her, do you have a bank card? She said, yes, I do. I said, what bank? She said, oh, I have OPay, and I have First Bank. I said, okay. What kind of card? Are they MasterCard, Visa, or Verve? She said, oh, no, it's OPay. I said, no, bring them out. So she checked her wallet, brought out the OPay card. Oh, she said it's a Verve card. Then she brought out her First Bank card. Oh, it's a Verve card. So what really is Verve? What is QuickTeller? And what is InterSwitch? Okay? I want to use agriculture as an example just to explain. I know there are different people in the room. I don't just want to come here and talk as if everybody understands fintech. So I want to try and break it down to a level you can understand so that when I'm going to talk about the other things later, we all can flow with it. Imagine you're in a country like Nigeria and there's a huge population of people in Lagos. They want food. It's a commercial center. But the farmers are somewhere in the north. Okay? And then when they produce their goods in the north, nobody really wants to buy because they don't have the capital to consume. So there's a lot of supply but no demand. In Lagos, there's a lot of demand but no supply. And then you look at the problem, it's okay, we need to build a road to connect Lagos with that part of the north so that people can move their goods easily. Makes sense, okay? So we build that. That infrastructure, connecting banks to accounts so that people can get their money to trade, is what we call interswitch. But after building this road, we discovered nobody was using it. So we went to the farmers in the north to say, but why don't you take your goods to Lagos, where there's demand, and they'll pay good money for it, instead of letting them waste here. They said, we are just farmers, we are not transporters. So we ran to Lagos to tell the people in Lagos, why are you having a situation where food is very expensive here? Whereas if you go bring the food from the north, it will be cheaper, because there'll be more. And they said, oh, moving people within Lagos, 20-something million people, is more than enough for us. We don't need to go to the north. By the way, even if we go to the north, there are no filling stations on this your highway that you have built. There are no restaurants. There are no hotels. It's going to take us 4 days to drive to the north. Are we going to carry forward in our vehicle so that we can refill our tanks? They will realize that although we have built the highway, we're not very smart, because to use it, other things need to be in place. So we call those channels, what you call ATMs, point of sale, mobile. So we started putting filling stations on the highway. But that's not our core business. Our core business was to build the roads. So over time, a lot of other players started coming on board to build highways, to put things on the highway, hospitals, restaurants, and so on and so forth. Look at those ones as the fintechs. Now, when they start to put filling stations, what do? We pull back, because filling station was never our core. We had to do it because nobody did it. When they started, so InterSwitch introduced ATMs, but we never sold one because we just wanted to seed it. The banks own the ATMs. So if you look at it from that point of view, therefore, every InterSwitch competitor is actually a customer of InterSwitch. And that model is very powerful for scaling. And I'll talk about that later. Again, don't forget my objective here is to talk about scaling and so on and so forth. Sometimes if you want to scale a business, you have to design it from day one in the kind of business model that you choose to use. Once you have chosen the wrong business model, sometimes you have to go and change it again to scale. You may not be able to scale, okay? Now, in our business, we also find a lot of people being able to raise capital, okay? When we started InterSwitch, there were no venture capitalists or PE firms. So we needed 450 million naira. We only got 200 million naira from the CBN Smith's funds in those days. With 450 million naira, we were supposed to achieve profitability in year 4. With 200 million naira, which was what we got, we achieved profitability in year 2. What kind of market, where your business plan says you need 450 to become profitable in year 4, you now get half of that, and then you become profitable just the second year? Okay? We used 200 million naira to start the business. 70 years down the line, somebody valued a business of 200 million naira to pay $200 million for just 20%. What kind of market gives you that kind of growth opportunity? The reason I say this is because a lot of people will look at Nigeria and will see all the problems and the problems and the problems. We just forget that all of these problems are actually opportunities for growth if you have the right business model. Okay? So, with all the problems of Nigeria, this is how we have grown. You may not be able to see everything on this screen, so I'll try to read some of them for you. Our first transaction was an ATM withdrawal between a customer of UBA and a customer of First Bank. So a First Bank customer went to a UBA ATM to get cash. It was a very interesting experience. People were checking the back of the ATM then if somebody was inside, giving out the cash one by one. Somebody called the bank. Is it true that they have debited this amount of money? Check. They checked, the money had left. But somebody has taken cash. When did UBA get their money? So all those kind of things were done at the beginning, okay? Now, that was in November 2003. Today, we are in 2026. In between, the market has gone through different phases of growth. We have seen fraud before. In the days of minority stripe cards, customers were returning their cards to their banks. We don't give us this thing. And that was what you can see in about 2009 when we had our first drop. Central Bank, to solve that problem, instructed us to shut down all minority stripe cards. In that month, we shut down 30 million cards. And we had to start from scratch with chip and pin. But in that month, we are still profitable. What kind of business model allows you to lose 30 million customers and still be profitable? Imagine if MTN loses 30 million customers today at once in 1 month. Let me stop there because I want to pass a message across to all of us as Nigerians in this room. Many years ago, I was doing my Global CEO program, and the first part was in Brazil. So we landed in Brazil, haven't flew for over 24 hours. I was tired. I was using coffee to sustain myself. And we got into this first class at night. And the lecturer said, put something on the screen. And he said, these are the top 10 countries in the world by 2050. And I saw Nigeria at number 10. And then I provoked. And I said, what nonsense? How did Nigeria get there? Because from everything I could see at that point in time, we have no business being top 10. So after a lot of arguments, the lecturer said, you know what? Take a sheet of paper, all of you. Write in your own terms the top 10 companies in the world by 2050. By any metric you want to use, any dimension you want to use. So we all wrote, and I wrote too. And then they said, who is number 1 on your list? Mine was China. Every other person had China as number 1. My number 2 was India. Everybody had India on their list. My number 3 was the USA. And everybody had USA on their list. We began to differ when it came to number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7. But you can be rest assured, Nigeria was not in my top 10. So the prof asked the question, what is the connection between number 1, number 2, and number 3? Since all of you have the same names. I looked at it. It's not because it's religion. China is not a Christian country. So it can't be religion. I began to think for different things. And I couldn't figure out why. Maybe I'd read things before. I just followed what I'd read. But guess what? The lecturer gave us a hint. He said, what's the population of China? It was over 1 billion. India, over 1 billion. USA, at that time, 400 and something million. And he said, what will be the population of Nigeria by 2050? If you Google it up, we should be somewhere between 450 and 500. With a population of 500 million people, you cannot fail. It is called market. If you do not know that you are going to have a market of 450 million people that want atarodo, that want gari, that want beans, that want rice, that want yam, somebody else will come from outside and create it. So this payment system we have created, we are very proud that we're all Nigerians. We went to Nigerian universities. It was a local problem, and we created a local solution. Each one of you in this room, there's something you are doing that potentially could be $1 billion business. Are you looking at it from that point of view, or are you seeing more of the problems? When we started, I was told that how are you going to do an online real-time payment system when telecommunications was poor? And I told myself, if it is that poor, it's going to get better. Why? Because in 2002, MTN had just paid $285 million for a license. Econet Wireless had just paid $285 million for a license. There must be something they are seeing. When you put $25 million in a country, it cannot go bad. So I could plan my business to be online real time, trusting that they will get it right. And they got it right. So today, when you transfer money in Nigeria, whether you call it NIP or whatever you want to call it, you get your money instantaneously. There are not many countries in the world where that happens. But we built it here, even with our so-called bad telecoms. I was told power will finish this business. Power is still a problem, but the business is standing. Sometimes the opportunities outweigh, thank you. Sometimes the opportunities outweigh the problems, but we only see the problems. So this issue of is the cup half full or half empty is real. The way you wire your brain determines what you see. While you are seeing problems and therefore you can't move, others are seeing opportunities and what they're moving. Same market. So I keep telling people that our strategy in industry is live and let live. We don't close anything up. We build for everybody to build on top of what we have built. And let me tell you why. No single company can solve a nation's problem. The way I see a problem is not the way you see it. The way I will attempt to solve a problem is not the way you attempt to solve it. If we are smart, we'll create a platform where everybody can have the freedom to solve a problem the way they see it. We do not know who's going to succeed. But whoever succeeds, problem has been solved. We all win. So you cannot be the highway and say only members of your family will use the highway. It doesn't work that way. So if you understand that what you have built is for everybody, then you need to design your system to be able to bring everybody in. That's why I'm able to tell you that every customer of ours sometimes are competitors, but it doesn't matter. Verve owns over 70% market share of the card business. Verve is competing with MasterCard and Visa. InterSwitch is a processor for MasterCard and Visa, even though Verve is competing against them. Visa has invested in InterSwitch. So what are you talking about? It's live and let live. Where I add value to you, you use me. Where I don't add value to you, get it from somewhere else. For as long as you keep getting value, the economy will grow. And that's the model we use in the fintech world. So the idea of shutting people out does not exist where I come from. Everybody is needed to grow the ecosystem. So the real competition is cash. And that is what you can see. We were in this market when in the last regime, cash was taken out of the system. People were going to banks and fighting because they were afraid that something has happened to their money. People were forced to go online, but they've always been known they could go online. But because they took cash out of the system, that jump you can see happened in 1 month. As soon as cash came back, everybody went back to cash. What does that tell you? It means that using cash sometimes is more convenient than using electronic means. So that friction has to be eliminated. That friction is an opportunity to grow business. So what we did, we looked at those areas where people were spending cash, came online, and as soon as cash came back, they went back to cash. Guess where? Filling stations. There's no cash, you must buy fuel, you must move. So you were forced to adopt electronic means. The second one was healthcare. Despite all the health insurance we have in Nigeria, more than 80% of Nigerians still spend money for healthcare out of pocket. If you are not feeling well and there's no cash, you'll be forced to go online to pay, or you beg somebody to pay on your behalf. That's what we saw. Meaning there are opportunities to be fixed in the oil and gas business, the way they handle cash. There are opportunities to be fixed in healthcare, in the way they handle cash. So if you're a medical doctor, nothing says in the world of AI that you cannot fix that problem, even though what you studied in school was medicine. But you can see the problem. You're in a better position to fix that problem than those of us who are not actively in that ecosystem. So what does it mean to scale a business? Usually when I'm given an assignment, I just go online and I look for definitions. Okay? There are many things I didn't learn in school. But thank God for the internet. Even if you don't know it, just Google it up to give you a definition. So this is a definition that is not mine. It was something I Googled up, but I'll read it out. Scaling a business means building the capabilities, the systems, leadership, and operating model that allows the company to grow profitably, predictably, and sustainably beyond its current size, market, or founder-led model. Sometimes founders can kill companies. Mitchell could have killed IntelSwitch. There's a stage a founder gets to, a business gets to, the founder becomes a problem unless the founder can evolve into what the business needs at that point in time. There's a time to be a one-man business. There's a time for the one-man business to be a proper management-led business. When you should be a proper management-led business, if you're still a one-man business, you're actually stunted. Your growth is stunted. And those who are able to make the transition will leave you behind. Okay? It is the ability to increase output, revenue, market reach, and enterprise value without increasing complexity. Actually, if you want to scale, the simpler your business model is, the better. If it's too complex, you cannot scale. You don't scale problems. So before you begin to think of scaling, you need to reduce the complexity of your business, okay? And I'll come to that with the next slide. So just a quick comparison. In my business, the fintech world, we hear about growth. We hear about valuation. God is my witness. I never thought of IntelSwitch becoming a unicorn, a $1 billion business. I was more interested in which problem am I solving, at what cost am I solving the problem. Let me give an example. How did you determine that for cash withdrawal, you should pay 100 naira then? We said, what is the price of a loaf of bread? What will it take for somebody to enter a taxi to go to a bank to go and withdraw cash? That is the cost we need to match or better, so that it makes sense to you not to enter a taxi if you can. It should be something you don't even think about. But we can say that because we knew the opportunity was for, guess what, 100 and something million people, not only for 5 million. So your market size will help determine your price. It's called the unit economics of your business. If you are producing something that you are subsidizing and nobody can pay, you don't have a business. Subsidies cannot be scaled. So you need to have a product that people are using, they can pay for before you start thinking of scaling. And in a market where a lot of people are poor, you have to remember that it is the size of the market that matters, not how much each person makes. Because if you look at what each person makes, you will not price your product properly. But if you look at the number of people, one naira from 200 million people is 200 million naira. If you want to collect 200 million naira from 2,000 people, guess how much each one will pay? There will never be a market. Okay? So, growth is about, I want to make more revenue. That is why you see a lot of companies, they buy market share. A lot of remittance companies will tell you remittance is free. They're doing a promo. Every time you do a promo, you get a lot of customers. Once promo stops, customers drop. You cannot be scaling promos as a way of growing business. So sometimes when you are chasing revenue, recognize that you cannot scale that way. You can show growth, but at some point, you need to recognize that cash is king. You have to generate enough cash. That is what you use to scale your business. So just a quick comparison. While growth is about more revenue, scaling is about better economics. So I've gotten the growth. The revenue is coming.
But what am I using to create that revenue? The economics is more important, which is what I call unit economics. More customers is important, but guess what? Repeatable acquisition model. If I can use this model to get 10 customers in Lagos State, can I take it to Ogun State and get 10 customers? Can I take it to Edo State and get 10 customers? Or is this my model only good for Lagos State alone? In which case, I've not figured out how I'm going to get Ogun State and all the other states. So you can't scale that way. Growth tends to be more people. That is why you find a lot of companies, they will employ a lot of people, then suddenly they will say AI has come, COVID has come, and they will begin to fire people. In 20-something years, I have not fired people in InterSwitch because of one disaster or the other. Why? Because the focus is always been on scaling, not on just growth. That is why you hear companies say we are downsizing. Why are you downsizing? Because as management, you took a wrong decision. And then when something comes, we all blame it on that thing to quickly correct the bad mistakes we have made. Okay? How about you? I'm speaking to someone, if you're in management. Management uses natural disasters, COVID, this, AI, to correct bad decisions they've made about how to employ people. More locations. So the video you saw earlier said that InterSwitch is in 32 countries in Africa. Is a lie. Well, it's not a lie. It depends on what you're looking at. We are physically in only 3 countries. Physically. Have offices only in 3 countries. But our solutions are used in over 30-something countries. Why? Scaling. So when you hear that UBA is in 30-something countries, I don't have to be there. It simply means that if I take my VEF card to a UBA TM in any country, it will work. But I don't have to be the one to do the job. That is what scaling does. So scaling requires a lot of partnerships. Okay? As you grow your business and you want to scale, there's no way any business can be in 50-something countries in one continent and be profitable. Those two markets are not the same. I'll give you an example. When I went to Uganda, I flew in one time like that in the morning from Nairobi, went into Kampala, exhausted. I wanted to just do my meetings that day and come back at night. So by the time I had breakfast with the CEO there, went to see some customers, towards evening, I said, okay, let me have a meeting with the leadership team before going to the airport. At 5 o'clock, I noticed that some people in the meeting were looking at their wristwatches. I didn't understand it initially. Then it dawned on me that they were telling me, Oga, it's 5 o'clock, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Your group CEO just came from another country, and you are telling him to hurry up. In Nigeria, that is an abomination. I have meetings in Lagos till 10 p.m., 11 p.m. some days. Nobody makes any noise. But here, they were shut up. Then I got the message. Then I had to provoke. I said, what nonsense is this? But then I realized it was another country. There are some countries in Africa when at lunchtime, people go home, take a siesta, shower before coming back to work. In Lagos, traffic will not let you go home. So you will walk during your break time. In Nigeria, my salespeople earn a lot of sales commission, and they love it. In Uganda, I introduced sales commission, they were resigning. So how do you want to scale a business when every market, things are different? You have to work through people who have figured out that problem, or people who are already in those markets and understand the markets. You cannot take a Nigerian culture to Uganda or Kenya. It will not work. Okay? So the rest of them are on the screen for you to take a look at. I just want to rush and hurry up. So many years ago, when InterSwitch goes to bid for jobs, excuse me, sir, you can sit. He can. It's okay. When we used to bid for jobs, we'll win almost every proposal we won. Then after some time, we started losing. And I realized that my team was a very good team if we were winning. But once we start to lose, they begin to show very bad behavior. This person blaming that person blaming this person, everybody blaming, and I got confused. I said, we are just starting. How can I deal with this problem? So my confusion, oh, by the way, I started in industry 3 years after NYC, so I didn't have a lot of experience. So when I say in my confusion, understand that I was very young, no experience. So I went online and I checked what happens to young companies that could kill them. Then I came across one document. In all my MBA schools, global CEO programs, nobody has ever mentioned this before. It was what saved the company. It's called the Grainer Growth Curve. It basically says that in every business, you go through about 6 stages of growth. Each growth is followed by a disaster, a crisis. If you don't handle the crisis very well, it can destroy you. So it starts with phase 1, growth through creativity. The man went to Scotland, ATM, swallowed his car, they came to Nigeria, he did one thing, smart idea, this proof of concept, the thing is working. Everybody's screaming, hey, entrepreneur, we'll do something. Then the rubber hits the road. It's now time to run business. It's no longer a product. So we have what I call a leadership crisis. What is leadership? Leadership is built on 2 pillars: the ability to manage or organize, and the ability to motivate. We all knew how to organize. It's called time management, it's called project. Everybody can do it. The motivation was where the problem was. A team that is winning, you will think they're highly motivated. It is when you have seen that you are down, 6 goes to 0. How do you rise from 0 when your opponent has scored 6 into your net to catch up and beat them? That is when you now begin to see leadership. So quickly we realize that we're lacking in defeat. In winning, we seem to be okay. But in defeat, it was poor. What this teaches you is that at some point, you are seeing that problem because the job was now becoming too big for the model we are using. We now have to be going through direction. Everybody cannot call to me to know what to do anymore. People should be able to think for themselves and move because the vision is clear, the direction is clear. So you go through direction. How did I solve that problem? I took this document and I gave it to my entire leadership team to read. And immediately we all saw the problem we were facing. Once we knew the problem, we knew the solution. That's how we scaled up. But what I did with that document was that I began to think of the next problem before it comes. And I begin to design for it. And I begin to tell people that the next crisis that we're going to face is crisis of autonomy. So when you begin to hear people in your company say, I want autonomy, I want autonomy, I want autonomy, what does that mean? Even me as founder, I don't have autonomy. I report to a board. My board has a chairman. The board reports to my shareholders. There are Corporate Affairs Commission, all sorts of things to comply with. So nobody really has autonomy. So when they say the word autonomy, what are they saying? They're just saying, I want our delegation of authority to be clear. What am I responsible for? What am I not responsible for? Hold me accountable for what I'm responsible for. You have to put that in place, and so on and so forth. And my challenge for you, if you can look for that document, is ask yourself, I want to ask yourself, put your team together and ask the question, where do you guys think we are in this company, in our growth journey? If they can identify it correctly, you can see the kind of problems you are facing. And once you know the kind of problems you are facing, the solution becomes very clear because that document tells you what the solution should be, what you should be putting in place that you don't have, okay? Now, a few months ago, somebody wrote on Twitter, and I saw it. Usually I don't respond to these things because a lot of people say things about you that is not true. They don't understand. They are naive. Are you going to be teaching them online and correcting them? If you correct some of them, they come after you. They use attack on you to hide their ignorance. So usually I don't respond, but this one touched me, so I had to respond. And what was the guy saying? He was basically saying that InterSwitch has a strategy to kill its competitors, which is the biggest lie. Which is the biggest lie, which is not what we stand for. So I had to tell him, I said, listen, Victor, our strategy is not annihilation, it is live and let live. When you are a market leader with good infrastructure, your objective is to welcome others to use that infrastructure, not shut them out. I was trying to let him know, this what you are describing as our success is not the reason for our success. You don't know it. Next time, ask questions, okay? And I went on to say, when you come from a country where millions of talented people need jobs, your focus is to adopt a business model that allows other companies to grow and build the ecosystem with job creation, not necessarily profit. Maximization as your primary goal. Every individual has a fundamental human right to have a job. I believe getting a job is a fundamental human right. Every company has to adopt models with that at the back of their mind. Every problem we have in our society comes down to somebody not having a job. If you have a job and you go to work, you come back tired at night, you will sleep. You'll not be looking for things to do on the streets of Lagos at night or go to knock on people's doors to rob them. So if we understand that, doing models, so InterSwitch, for example, we did not supply ATMs, but we created that business. Other businesses grew. You heard that we have about 140 million VEF cards. Secure ID produces cards, not InterSwitch. ePay Plus produces cards. These companies employ hundreds, thousands of staff. We don't have to do that. We have enough to do on our own. Okay? So the problem with Nigeria is that there's an ecosystem that needs to be built. We don't have we have individual champions. And therefore the ecosystem is lacking. Whether it is agriculture, the amount of food we waste because of there's no storage, transport. Somebody was telling me recently that they used to ship strawberry from Jos to Lagos. And at one point in time, it was only one airline. I think it was Arik that was doing that for them. The day Arik stopped going to Jos, an entire industry collapsed. That is why the ecosystem thinking is very important. Because if you think you can do it alone, something is going to go wrong, and you cannot scale like that. Okay? To round up, this is something I began to learn recently. You know, as you get older, you begin to ask yourself questions. When I was in NYSC, finished from camp in Ipaja, Lagos, a friend of mine I met at camp invited me to their church program. And they were having something, it was said at the law school, it was called Business by the Book. Biblical ways for running a business. There's a biblical way to hire, there's a biblical way to fire. So I went and I learned a lot. And it helped me in the kind of things we do in the industry. And I'll talk about some of them. I'll give an example. One day I sat on my own, quietly. A doctor friend of mine called me. I said, Mitchell, this thing you guys do in InterSwitch, how do you manage? I said, what? He said, this is not the first time, because we use that company for our HMO. He said, your staff, the women, will come to the hospital after their water has broke. They wait till last minute, then they come to the hospital. While they are waiting to push, they're on their laptop, say they are doing customer support. When I heard that, she thought it was a good thing, that your people must be highly motivated. I said, no, there's a problem here. So I called HR. I said, why do our women not plan to go to the hospital when they know their EDD is here? Why are they carrying their hospital bags in their car? I want you to go to the hospital from the office. He said, because they want to maximize the 3 months they have for maternity leave. I said, okay, we're going to change that. Give them 9 months. Okay? If a woman or 10 women take 9 months for maternity leave, the company will not die. The company will not die. Recently, I had some LBS program guys come to visit the office, and there was a white woman in the room. So while talking, I asked the question, how many of you ladies are feminists? The Nigerian ladies were reluctant to answer because they didn't know where I was coming from. The white woman put up her hand quickly. So I asked the question, what does being a feminist mean? I told the woman not to answer. I now asked the Nigerian ladies in the room to tell us. And I began to hear different definitions. The first thing I got to know was that nobody knew what feminist is amongst the Nigerian ladies. And I didn't want the white woman to respond. So I said, is there a day men had a meeting and said, we're going to oppress women? Which day? I said, the problem is that I actually feel in the workplace, men are the victims. Some of you don't like that, huh? I'm going somewhere. I know you don't like it. That's why I paused there to hear the at all. So let me now explain further. You know, when men start saying they want paternity leave, it's silent protest. You know that? They are saying, we too, we help with the upbringing of the children. So why can't we get paternity leave? But is that a fair request? So I'm going somewhere. So what I did in InterSwitch, I recognized the fact that menstrual cramps is real and may not experience it. It's not about feminism. It's humanity. It is real. I know there's no way a woman who, at the beginning of January, we gave a target, same target as her male counterparts, because our jobs don't, without salaries for women, salaries for men, we have salary for a job. Once you step into that job, whether you're a man or woman, it's the same salary you earn. So your targets are the same. But somewhere along the line, the woman gets pregnant and things begin to happen to her. There's no way she can be as productive as her male counterpart. She started with good intentions, but nature has forced certain things to happen to her that will not happen to the man. So when you're an InterSwitch staff, the year you give birth, in your appraiser, you get an automatic 10 marks. The men don't get it. Is that discrimination? It's humanity. I have business in Uganda. And I'm saying because if you want to run a business that will scale, I said you have to reduce the complexity. There are a lot of complexity we manage in the workplace that we don't need to work because we just don't think properly. I go to Uganda, guess what? They send someone to pick me up, and it's a woman. I'm not used to a woman driving me. So as a Nigerian, properly brought up, my body starts to reject it. But I do understand that maybe that is the only job that woman can get in that country. And if I believe that a job is a fundamental human right, why am I discriminating? So I accept the fact that this lady will have to drive me to my hotel. This is where the problem is. I have 2 big bags I'm dragging. Usually, if it's a man, as soon as they sight me, I just leave the bag and I start walking to the car. The man will take my 2 bags, I'll be dragging it behind me. Gets to the car, he quickly puts the seat there, rushes to put the back door for me to sit. But with the woman, she will ask me, can I help you with your bag? I know she doesn't mean it. I said, no, I'm okay. I carry my bag myself. But I've paid for the service, so, and the money I paid includes, I carry it myself. We get to the boot of the car. She opens the boot of her car. She's standing looking at me. I'm looking at her. Quietly, I carry my bag myself because she cannot carry the bag. But I've paid for that service. If it was a man, I would cross my leg and be looking at him. I won't be angry that he didn't put the back seat for me before coming to load the car. Then after doing all of those things, I go to my side of the car and I ask the lady, can I sit in front with you? She says yes. She doesn't come and put it up for me. I'll put it on myself. Why? I just cannot imagine sitting at the back of a car and the woman is driving me in front. So in everything, I've paid the same money I would have paid if it was a man. But guess what? Am I getting value? The answer is no. But am I going to say that female drivers should be paid less? The answer is no. Because she has to do that job because that is the job she has. But my humanity tells me help her load the vehicle. Don't let her carry it herself. Okay. Thank you. No, I'm going somewhere. I'm trying to drop a message about workplace activities that creates a lot of problems. When people say I'm a feminist, they are right. They are fighting for something. Problem is they don't know what they are fighting for. And as a leader, you have to figure it out. What they are fighting for is that women have natural disadvantages in the workplace. But to show that they can deliver, they've come up with this thing of what a man can do, a woman can do better. Who told you? You didn't even say a woman can do also. You're not even putting better. Okay? Yeah, but why better? Why not just say I can do it also? Okay, this debate is for another day. I can see there's some feminists in the room. Let's round up. So the last point I'm trying to make is we created another policy. I'm talking about talent now, but you know one of my brief is talent, so I'm going to talent now to round up. So we created a policy. So I sat down in my office one day. Due to no problem that I created, everybody started to jackpot. One day I woke up, 25% of my staff in 1 year had left. 25%. This 25% had been trained. They were doing stuff to support all of you. Then they left. I didn't create any problem. I was still paying them well. And whenever they are leaving, they come to my office and they are crying. Mitchell, you know, we love the company, we don't want to go, but Nigeria is tough. So it's Nigeria they are leaving, not the company. That's what they tell me. Say, Mitchell, if you come to Canada, just let us know. Did they start to come to Canada? We're going to work in that company. I said, but we're not in Canada yet. And then they started going. So I had issues. Then to make matters worse, one day I discovered that my direct reports themselves, even the guys themselves now, Madam and the trainer in Canada are in the UK. And guess what? If I'm not careful, those marriages will experience serious problems. So what did we do? We created another policy called Home Country Mobile. What does that mean? If your wife or your husband is in a different country and you work for IntelSwitch, you can work for 3 months and you have 1 month, not your leave, 1 month to go and stay in that country and work from there. Okay? So that you can go and help madam with school things, and it works for us. The people who are single are now saying, what about me that have my brother and my sister over there? I said, no, this policy is for married people only. MD, that is discrimination. Is it discrimination? The answer is not. It's no. Okay. We pay spousal allowance. What is spousal allowance? Throughout the time when my kids were in secondary school, I never went for one PTA meeting. My wife works too. I never have the time. It's not important to me, but it's always important to my wife. So no matter what she's doing in the office, she'll go for PTA meetings. Anything she'll go for the school, she will go. Prize giving day, she's there, I'm not there. Am I the only one working? She's working too, but she creates the time. So we introduce spousal allowance. What are we saying? We know that the nature of IntelSwitch work sometimes will make you carry work home. Your children will suffer because of our work. Your spouse will suffer. As compensation, every quarter, we pay some money into the account of your spouse. Okay? And I have gone into places before, and somebody will say, hey, good afternoon, Big Mitch. I say, how are you? I don't know. You say, yeah. I'm an industry spouse. One guy was going to resign, and the wife told him, where are you going to? He said, do they have spouse allowance? Stay there, no create problems. Stay where you are now. Where am I going to? In today's work environment, you cannot have one policy for everybody anymore. That's what I'm saying. You cannot have one policy for everybody. In InterSwitch today, those of us in leadership positions were just 9% of the population. Millennials, 77%. Gen Zs, 14%. The problem created by that 14% is more than all. I'm not joking. They know everything. There's nothing you say that they will not challenge. They will tell you this is not the way to do it. Meanwhile, they just left school yesterday. And whether you like it or not, you have to listen to them. So how do you run a scalable business when internally you have this kind of situation? The days of a one size fits all policy is gone. Some of us will resist it. So right now, in those days, I will see my staff on social media. This one is in Bali. The next thing, she's in Kenya. When do you work? She'll say, GMD, I'm delivering. My KPIs are being met. Why? They want to work for, see that they're 1 month leave. They want to take it 4 times. In our time, we are forced to take our 1 month at once. So you can go and rest. No, these ones, they want to go for only 3 days leave. Come back, continue work. They come back exhausted. They've not rested. When you ask them, they'll tell you, is it your exhaustion? Is it your own? So they want to take their leave at different times because one of their friends, they're planning a trip for the girls. And they don't want to go. Your job has to be flexible enough for them to go. Otherwise, somebody refused to join InterSwitch because we said he must wear tie. As you can see, I don't wear tie anymore. I had to flow with them. Otherwise, HR will be telling me I'm the reason why they cannot recruit people. So this is the practical reality. Something most people will not like to hear. In InterSwitch, we have what we call a profit share scheme. Salaries is not enough reward. And I believe that. Salaries is for showing up and doing what you were told to do. Whether what you were told to do is right or wrong, you've done it. But if I tell you to do something wrong, and you know it is wrong, because you are the one there, and you do the right thing, you create value. You should get part of that value. And that value comes from taking a portion of what has created value, and it's called share options or profit share. This is the service profit chain. It's a Harvard Business article that says, starting from the left, to perform, there are many things you must take into consideration. Workplace design. In InterSwitch now, they have games room. It was an abomination before that people come to work, they say they want games room. Did you come to office to play games? If you don't create games room, they'll tell you that they have mental, what's that they call it these days? Mental stress. So I'm forced to look at my staff, sit in one place. If they want to be playing games, they can be playing games as part of work. Otherwise, some of them will not come to your company. Okay? So workplace design, job design, all of this is important. If you do that, then your employees become more satisfied. If your employees are satisfied, they're likely going to stay or be very productive. What that basically means that they will service your customers better. Moving to the end, it is customers that are loyal to you that will give you repeat business and grow your business. When you become profitable, what do you do with it? You take part of that profit, you see the red line, and you bring it back inside to improve the life of your staff. I just paid profit share this week in IntelSwitch. Everybody's happy. Why? They created the business, we achieved our profit targets, the board approved it, and the money came back to them, and that is not salary. You get the point? Finally, no matter how well you plan a business for growth, things will always go wrong. And there's this very popular quote, everybody knows me for an IntelSwitch, when the facts change, I change my mind. If I don't change my mind, what should I do? The facts have changed. So I can tell you today, we are going here. I'm that kind of leader. If I realize that I made a mistake, I will call you and tell you, we're not going here anymore, we're going back here. GMD, but you said yes, I say yes, the facts have changed. I cannot be a slave to my decisions. If I make a wrong decision, I'm happy to come to you to tell you I made a wrong decision. I now know better. Let us go this way. Okay? This is my last slide, but I wanted to end with this one. Not this one, sorry. This one. For those of you who run businesses now, there are some things you need to settle in your mind. We all talk about, I'm an ethical business. It's a lie. There's no ethical business anywhere. And you know it. When you give bribes, you tell us it is extortion, but you gave it still. Most of us operate here, exploitative. You want to win and you want to control. You control your staff, you control your competition. Some of you will go and bribe your regulators just to win and control. But you don't say you are that, you say you are ethical. We believe in win-win. You can use win-win to explain giving bribes. Hope you know that. But the truth about win-win is that there's nothing like that. Have you seen two lawyers negotiate on a contract? They are both learned. Any angle you come from, the other guy is just looking at you laughing because he knows. He went to the same law school that you went to. He studied the same law. So that's what you're going to say. So quickly, they arrive at win-win because the other person can hold his own side, you can hold your own side. But in life, the discussion between an employer and an employee can never be win-win because one person has the upper hand. At interviews, they know. They tell you what you want to hear because you're the one deciding. You cannot say it was win-win. I want to challenge all of you to think of something else. What I call the redemptive model. And I want to use IntelSwitch to explain it. I did not know this, but I did it. Later, I now read about it. I said, okay, this is what I did. I call it a sacrifice, we win. How did we say we needed 450 million and we got only 200 million? With 450 million, we had to become profitable in 4 years. With 200 million, we became profitable in the second year. How? Let me tell you how. By the time we bought our servers, did everything, I realized that the money left was not enough to pay salaries for 1 year. And with the interest rates in Nigeria, if we go and borrow, the company is dead on arrival. So what did I do? My package, I had an official car. I didn't buy my car. I didn't buy for my number 2. I didn't buy for my number 3. Because I didn't buy for myself, they couldn't question why I didn't buy for them. It's called sacrifice. It's called sacrifice. So I will wait for the pool car that we're all managing to come back from site, then I'll use the pool car and go home. But I was GMD and founder. We couldn't afford T-boys and T-girls. So every morning, I come to the common room, I count the number of staff we have. I count two sugar for everybody. I'm not joking. It's called the common housewife economic theory. We don't have time, I would have gone into it. It is the way our mothers learn to manage the home when our fathers did not bring enough money. She did not buy that wrapper that her mates were buying so that there will be food in the house. If you lived with your mothers, as a man running a business, you should be able to apply that theory to your business when there's scarcity. We didn't have cleaners. I come in the morning, I mop my office. All my staff see me mopping my office. Guess what? They started cleaning their own offices themselves. I did that for many years. Then the money started coming. Everybody came with the mindset of, I will sacrifice something. And as a leader, when you sacrifice, others will sacrifice. What we have today is that leaders don't want to sacrifice, but are demanding sacrifice for the people. So think about the model that allows everybody to come into the business thinking of what they can sacrifice to help the business grow, not what the business can give to them. For God so loved the world that he gave. John 3:16. It applies in businesses too. If you come into the workforce to give, your bosses will recognize it. And if you're a boss, your staff will recognize that this man came to sacrifice. And they all join in that process. That is how you run a business under austere conditions, and you begin to do very well within a very short time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Did we enjoy that session? At this rate, how many of us want to work at InterSwitch? Sir, please, the next recruitment pool, we have many candidates. Thank you so much. Yes, we'd like to invite the president of the LCCI and the Director General to present his award. It was such an impactful masterclass, if I could call it that. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, we'd also like to invite Professor Niro Oluwaranti for his award. Please let's give him a round of applause. That's Mr. Mitchell Elegbe, the founder and group CEO of InterSwitch Group. Thank you so much, sir. And now we welcome Professor Niro Oluwaranti. He's a professor of computer science and engineering at Obafemi Awolowo University. He was here yesterday to deliver a stellar keynote speech. So please, let's put our hands together for him as we give him his award. All right, please let's celebrate them as they leave the stage. Thank you so much. All right, so next up we're going to be... All right, so next up, we're going to have a product pitch that is from MTN Nigeria. So please let us welcome the head of MTN Sovereign Cloud, Mr. Ifeanyi Otudo. Please put your hands together for him as we welcome him to the stage. In fact, let us give him a yellow welcome. A yellow applause, please. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. It's quite a pleasure to be here. My understanding is that I'm the one or one of the people standing between yourselves and lunch. So I'll try the most that I can, but I also encourage that you support me while I go through this slide. So thank you. Sorry, is there any one of us in the house here who runs a business that hasn't running a business without some form of technology? Is there anyone? Okay. So the reason I asked that question is I wanted to be sure that my pitch would resonate with the people in the house here. So we're talking a little bit around technology. When Mitchell spoke, he did mention a few things that I'm sure resonate with some of the businesses or business owners that are in the house. He had talked about infrastructure, the right infrastructure mix to help you thrive as a business. He had about his costs. You heard his story about when the money wasn't there, what were the options that they had. And those are some of the things that we still live with, right, as business owners, as business people in today's world. What you would find is in our part of the world today, some of these challenges are still very much present. We're still struggling with power supply to support the scale of business that we're running. There are big conversations around data sovereignty. Some of us here might also have been building businesses that are somehow speaking to AI. You know, you're doing quite, all of that requires data. And so you would find that within the industry or within some of your industries, either in the banking industry, the FSI, the health sector, there's a huge conversation around who owns the data and where should that data sit. And the reason for that conversation is not far-fetched. When you look at the global climate today, there's a lot of talk around country first. But also beyond that is, we're also looking to leverage technology to address our own people problem and create local value that people are willing to exchange money for. And you'd find that in some of those businesses, you require data. And so the question as to where's the data sitting so that when you build some of the technologies that support your customer acquisition journey, your customer support engagement, do you have the right data sitting in the right place that isn't skewed with some other countries' data that allows you to understand your customer better than even the people they live with? And so that's why that has become a really big conversation. Then, just as I mentioned, we have talked about cost. It's no cheap thing now running business, particularly when you're trying to scale. You're looking at compute, the servers, you're looking at the refresh that comes with even building or refreshing what you already have. Your tech guys are coming to you as a CEO, as a business person to say, you know what, we need a bit more storage, we need more compute for us to be able to build certain things that would allow you to grow customer acquisition. Or that your business is suddenly beginning to grow exponentially, good stuff. But again, you're stalled by the underlying infrastructure. And then you now have to go expanding, you know, to get the right technology to support your growth. You know, and so the question is, at what cost is that coming? Is it coming at a cost that pretty much puts your operational cost significantly high compared to your revenue? So that's become a big conversation. I think when he did speak as well, he had talked about scalability. He talked about businesses who, are we building businesses that we seek to scale? Are we building businesses that would ultimately move from one customer to 2 to 3 in Nigeria and become a global business? And so it's important that the underlying infrastructure, the underlying technology, you know, is right. And then we have things around latency conversations. There's tech talent attrition. That's really a big one where you've set a really significant business objective, in terms of KPI, customer acquisition, revenue, and the likes. And just as we all agreed, our business is driven by one form of technology or the other. Do you have the right people? There's a lot of Jackpot syndrome. How is that playing out in your system? You're training people, and when they learn through your business, there's some other person who's willing to pay a higher price, and they're out there. But you can explain all of that to your customers. You already have set a really big expectation. How are you managing those sort of shocks? Are you outsourcing them to the right people? And these are the realities of the business. We also in MTN, we face those challenges as well. And then there are things around data, business continuity, and cyber security. I think that I can't overemphasize where, when you're running business at scale, how are you approaching security? Are you waiting till there's a problem, and perhaps when that problem hits, you're not able to recover as a business? Or while you're iterating your business, security is well entrenched in all of what you're doing, right? So these are big conversations that it's important that we have as business people. We don't need to shy away from this, because this is pretty much the bedrock, the foundation of what supports all of the business KPIs, the revenues that we're looking to achieve. And that's where MTN steps in to say, we understand the business environment in Africa. We've been here in Nigeria for over 20 years, I think 25. And we're not only in Nigeria, we also have presence in other African countries. And how have we sort of now put all of this experience together to build a platform that allows businesses in this part of the world to thrive? We don't want to be the only business thriving in this part of the world. We don't think that's healthy. And that's why you're beginning to see that MTN is moving or has moved away from our core business of connectivity, and now heading into core infrastructure, core IT services, because there's a lot of learning we've built in that space. There's a lot of ecosystem partnership that we have built in that space. How do we now begin to commoditize this and make that available to smaller businesses, to large businesses who are also looking to thrive in Africa? And that's what this partnership is about. That's the conversation that we want to have today. To say that as MTN, we recognize the importance of infrastructure or technology in the businesses that you all run today. And we've stepped up to say, you know what, we are going to be able to, since the global players, the international players as we know them that drive compute, are not in any way looking in this part of the world, and will never anyway, because the macros don't actually match their business, their business plans and the likes. We've stepped up at MTN to say, because we understand the client, we understand the business, we understand your business as well, we want to be able to provide infrastructure as a service, cloud as a service, managed services that speak to some of the issues I had talked about. Security, we want to be able to provide that to you as a service. So as a business, you don't have to worry about that. What you're focused on is, what sort of value do I want to be able to put in the face of my customer? How should I be able to put that value for exchange, in exchange for their money? While all the dirty work around technology is handled not only by anybody, but competent people who understand the climate. And that's where you'd find MTN Cloud becomes, a partner, in your business. We want to be able to partner. We say partner because what we find is we don't just want to sell you infrastructure. We want to be able to understand what your business is all about, and then be able to curate something that works for you now and in the future. We do have what we call the MTN Cloud. We launched that last year. Over the years, like I mentioned, we've done pretty good business around co-location, where you're able to bring your technology, we keep it in our data centers, and you just run it as a service. But we've also gone beyond that to launch what we call the MTN Cloud, where people can now sort of take a slice of compute or services, security services, technology services, and be able to run their business on a need basis, so that you don't have to worry about the power, the cooling, the security. That's why we're here. I want to be able to provide you that service. And then just focus on what's really core to your business. But in doing that also, we've also, built a lot of resilience, reliability, the architecture, the design that we've also used. We've used the mindset of a global player, because we know that some of the businesses, or most of the businesses seated here, are also not local champions. You're looking to also scale beyond the shores of Nigeria. And it's important that whoever is backing you from a technology perspective understands that journey and has built that in what they're offering. And that's why when you dig deep a little bit around how we're running or how we've designed this business, you would find that we've also partnered with some of the biggest and the best players within that industry, which is typically what you would find with also other global players who provide these services in the different markets. This is a snapshot of some of the services that we provide. We can unpack this at a later time. But we just wanted to provide this view for some of us who, while we're running the business, we still have our eyes on technology. You know some of those technology terminologies. You want to be able to take this back and challenge your teams to say, guys, have you also looked in MTN's direction? They're doing this. It's priced in Naira. Some of the challenges that we found today and that put us in this business is we found that a lot of businesses in this part of the world are earning their revenue in Naira, but again, they're expending a significant amount of that, of the operational cost in foreign currency. And so who's going to bridge that gap? And that's why we've stepped in to say no. Like I mentioned earlier, we don't want to be the only business thriving in this part of the world. How can we also begin to support businesses and ensure that when they consume technology at scale, that they're also paying, or consuming that in Naira, because that's how they generate their revenue. The other bit would also be, we've also found that there are a lot of small businesses who have the capacity to scale. When you go into secondary markets, a lot of us here are within the big city, Lagos, but when you go to the likes of Ilorin, and you would find that there's an ecosystem of young people who also are business savvy. They're closer to the problems or the challenges that we face as a people. They have great ideas, but they don't have access to affordable infrastructure to translate that idea to value, that people can, tangible value that people can now engage with and support their skill. And you find that those ideas just die there. And that's one of the reasons why we've gotten into this business as well, to be able to make that sort of underlying infrastructure available to that ecosystem of people. And if you recall last year, one of the things that we did was also to identify, using what we call the MTN and Cloud Accelerator Program, to identify young people who are building businesses but require support, not only from a technology perspective, but also an ecosystem exposure. And that's what we do with this line of business. So we're not only just there providing infrastructure for people to come and consume, but how do we also support small businesses that have big ambition and dreams, solving real people issues in this part of the world, and open them to our ecosystem, which we've built over the years to be able to scale. And I'm happy that, when I look back at what has happened between the last few months that we started that program, only last week or 2 weeks ago, I was invited also to come speak in one of the programs that is also driven by a small company like this that also got on that program, exposed to our ecosystem. They're using MTN Cloud as well, and they're calling shots within the FSI space, including the likes of CBN, to talk, how to address, some challenges that they face within the FSI space. So that's the sort of support we want to be able to give to businesses in this part of the world. But again, I think it's important to also mention that it's also not, we're not just giving you cloud technology. It's important to also see MTN as a platform provider. That when it comes to connectivity, which we already know that we're there, when it comes to, I don't have space to host my servers, I'm scaling as a business, I don't want to go building data centers or renting space, I'm going to have to start figuring out, where there's power, has the diesel gone, all of those operational challenges that can take you away from facing your core business is also an area where we play. Now, when it comes to infrastructure for AI, we want to be that person as well. You're looking for customer acquisition channels as a business. You've built a product and you're looking for how to push that out to your ecosystem of customers. We want to be there as well, or we're there. You're looking for underlying infrastructure, like I'd mentioned, cloud, that would drive and scale, support your scale. That is the platform beyond the technology bit, the ecosystem of partnerships that we have I can expose to businesses like yours is the full gamut, of what we call the platform business that we're putting in the faces of the business community, beyond what you know us as, which is connectivity. So, so the question is, why MTN? I think some of it I've already touched on. Why MTN Cloud? The directives that we're seeing around where you should host data. I was having a conversation with a fintech person where they're now making efforts to sort of localize their operations because of some of the things that we're seeing from the regulators. We're the best when it comes to making that decision for the reasons that we've seen here or we have on the screen, but even beyond that, the ecosystem that we expose, the over 25 years experience as a business we have running successfully in this part of the world that we want to be able to share with businesses who are also looking to thrive. It's important to just mention a few that when you're on the MTN Cloud, when it comes to those unpredictable costs that your tech guys would always come with, and some of which we're already zero rating. How your traffic goes in and out, we don't charge for that. We think that that's part of the ways we can also encourage businesses in this part of the world. The fact that we've also built a lot of resilience because like I'd mentioned, we're looking to not only support small businesses, but businesses who are looking to play global, right? And expect that the underlying infrastructure, has also got a global or a certain minimum standard. And the fact that we can sit with you to curate just many things. We've sat with businesses who were looking to make their services affordable to a certain segment of the Nigerian market. And that market was challenged by data. Yes, they liked the service, but data became a challenge. We're able to curate business models that allow for people to consume that service at zero data. So data becomes a thing of the past. So there's a lot that we can sit together as a business to curate, to just make sure that you're thriving as a business and that we continue to support. I think the last that I wanted to mention will be the in-country regulatory fit. There are big deliberate efforts by regulators to ensure that certain data are domiciled, that are generated in Nigeria are domiciled in Nigeria. And for many reasons, beyond the security bit to it, is also the fact that we as a people need to also take control of our data and to be able to now use it in a way that derives or delivers real value to our people, right? So those are big conversations that are happening. We can't shy away from some. There's already a clear directive. I think it's important to just note that as MTN, We do have all of the regulatory or certifications that are able, that just sort of showcase that we're ready to support you through that journey. I think my slide pretty much just ends here. I think these are just some of the decks that showcases our strength when it comes to our presence in this part of the world. So thank you so much. We're still around to still have other conversations. I appreciate it. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ifeanyi Otudo. I'd like to invite the president of LCCI to please present his award. Such a stellar presentation. Thank you so much. And just like he said, if you have questions, clarifications, we see the yellow stand just behind us at the back. All right. Okay, thank you so much. Please let's give him another round of applause. That's Mr. Ifeanyi Otudo, the head Cloud Solutions, MTN Nigeria. Thank you so much, sir. I believe we've been getting value for our day. Yes or yes? Yes or yes? Fabulous. Okay, so we still have many things packed ahead. We have a couple of panel sessions, and there's still opportunities to scale your businesses. So please do not go yet. We want to ensure that these 2 days that you've dedicated to the ICTEL Expo is worth your while. So we're going to have a few minutes for a lunch break, just a few minutes. So just like we did yesterday, those at this end of the hall would get their food from this area, and those at this end will get their food from that area. So we have just about 15 minutes to quickly pick up your food, and you can come back to remain seated so we maximize our time and move on to the next program. Okay? So we'll see you in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
my first time at Lagos Trade Fair event, and so far it's been good. I came with my company, Bridge Properties Nigeria Limited, and marketing so far has been fantastic.
This stuff to buy are and things are cheap. They even have students' price for everything.
Experience is great. Even though this is my second time going with a student, I just want to say it is amazing.
And I'm here for the Lagos International Trade Fair. But so far so good, the turnout is not bad. And I've seen a lot of things that I like, both international and locally.
For the very first time, yesterday we have held the first ever Cameroon Economic Forum in Lagos.
I welcome you to the diplomatic breakfast meeting and the B2B sessions organized by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the 2024 Lagos International Trade Fair.
We were importers of various pharmaceutical items from India and China. Later, I felt there is no point in keep importing and we should add value to what we are doing in Nigeria. So we decided to invest in Nigeria to manufacture locally and then promote our products.
was such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Five lives.
Trust we enjoyed our lunch. Trust we enjoyed our lunch. Okay, so a big thank you to the ICTEL team and LCCI for not just feeding our minds, but feeding our bodies and bellies as well. All right, so we're going straight into the next panel session. I will be inviting the moderator as they will be speaking. The panelists here would be speaking on cybersecurity, data protection, and AI governance, protecting the digital economy. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome the moderator for this particular session that will be bringing together like minds and panelists to speak to this topic. He is the founder and CEO of Curex Financials Limited, a PSSP and CBN payment solutions service provider. Please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Olufemi Ario. Please put your hands together for him. And ICTEL, welcome, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please let's celebrate Edo Queen. So joining me here, I would have Professor Obadari, that's the CEO of Digital and Code. Please let's make him welcome. Professor Obadari joining me here. Also joining me here, I have Ms. Osato Agubata, and she'll be representing the country manager for HP Enterprises. That is Ambassador Ifi Kojo. Also joining me here, I have Mr. Ifeanyi Otudo, Head Cloud Solutions MTN. His background includes being Senior Manager, Consultant, Converged Solutions Sales at MTN, where he focuses on enterprise cloud, digital infrastructure, and technology solutions. I also have here Mr. Please let's make them welcome, please. It's a hot seat. Let's make them welcome, please. And then I also have here Mr. Adeyinka Aderunbi. He's the Chief Digital Information Officer of Rex. Welcome. Of Rex Insurance Limited, where he leads the company's digital transformation, information technology, strategy, innovation, initiatives, and enterprise technology infrastructure. Let's make them welcome, please. I think I would need one more seat here for Professor, I'm not sure if he's still around, Professor Obadari, Digital and Code. Thank you very much. Also, I would like to invite up here Akpevure Egbelugbe. Sorry if I didn't do justice to that name. He's the head IT at GTM and Solutions, Dimension Data Limited. Let's have him please join me here. Okay, also Dr. Femi Oyewole, the Group Chief Information Security Officer, First Bank. Access Bank, Nigeria. Is he around?
Yeah, she's around.
Dr. Femi Oyewole. Okay, I think we can have one more seat. So we'll go to the business of the day. We're talking everything and trying to grind it so that we can get better understanding. I'll be starting with Ms. Osato Agubata to open the floor. And then the question is, the World Economic Forum. Let me get my. Please, can we make welcome Dr. Favor Femi Oyewole, Access Bank Chief Information Security Officer. So going to the question to Ms. Osato, we're trying to look at how has cybersecurity threats landscape shaped over the last 5 years. So the World Economic Forum now identifies cybersecurity as one of the world's most significant. Let's make her welcome. Welcome, ma. So this is balanced. We have as many females as there are males. It's balanced. So I'll go to the question. The World Economic Forum now identifies cybersecurity as one of the world's most significant systemic risks driven by AI-enabled attacks, geopolitical tension, and increasingly complex digital supply chains. From your perspective, how has the cybersecurity landscape fundamentally changed over the last 5 years, and what should organizations be preparing for next?
Okay, so in my perspective, or if I want to recall how the landscape has changed over the past 5 years, I recall like in the last 5 years or previously, most times when you talk of cybersecurity, people would imagine you protecting your IT infrastructure, your databases and all. But with the way the system has changed now, with AI in everything now, embedded in everything, we see where an organization does not isolate cybersecurity as just an IT thing. So the whole organization is involved in cybersecurity. So from the people are made aware of all these threats. And we also notice that the attacks are pretty different right now, with deep fakes, with phishing being AI-enabled. The way phishing comes these days is very, very, like it's easy to fall for those phishing emails because the AIs have become very adaptive to what humans can relate to. Then also, in terms of deep fakes, you see people making deep fake videos or, you know, coming to bring those attacks in a way that people might not be able to distinguish if it is a real request or if it's a real kind of engagement. So you see places where you get a video call or a Teams call from a CEO, meanwhile it's a deep fake, you know, attack. So even as the cybersecurity threats are evolving, we notice OEMs are also enabling their security with AI models as well that can recognize those threats, that can handle those threats as well. Then in terms of the goals of these organizations, we see that we are getting organizations to now focus more on resilience. So in terms of what organizations to prepare for, I think organizations should prepare to be more cyber resilient than just prevention. So cyber resilience makes it possible that even if when you get an attack, you're able to, you know, come back at the minimum time. So we are talking about RTO and RP of minutes and seconds, you know. So I think the landscape has changed. So everybody in the system needs to, you know, brace up. It's no more just an IT thing, it's an organization thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for her. I want to direct this to the professor. So this is around artificial intelligence and the enormous opportunities. Nigeria experienced an estimated 4,388 cyber attacks every week. Nigeria experienced an estimated 4,388 cyber attacks every week during the first quarter of 2025. That represents roughly 47% increase over the previous levels as AI becomes more capable of both defending systems and enabling attackers. So it's defending systems and it's also enabling attackers. What should effective AI governance look like for organizations and government?
All right, so, okay, so we need to dimension, while those numbers are actually correct, but I think that there is an anomaly in terms of the way we're thinking about those numbers. What do I mean, the anomaly? I'm talking about governance. The first thing we need to do from governance point of view is to address the fundamentals. And because when the attack started this year, you know, we've seen so many organizations that they were thinking, wow, these attacks are very sophisticated attack. And the first night, in fact, Digital Encode, my company, we wrote a disclaimer and then an article to say, see, these are not sophisticated attacks. What is happening right now is that AI is just opening up all the hidden things that people were not seeing with the traditional tools before. And the best way I can explain this is, imagine, you know, Nigerian roads. You know, during dry season, when we do the way, you know, normal road, we fix the road. Everything will be working, but immediately there is a rain. What happens? Then suddenly you start to see potholes everywhere. The question is the problem the rain? The problem is not the rain. The problem is primarily the roads were not properly done. So the same thing is happening in the digital landscape. Those vulnerabilities were already there. It wasn't like AI is bringing like seemingly new vulnerabilities, you know. So what do we need to do from governance point of view? It was what I addressed from my presentation to say any organization, if you really like yourself, and to be honest, I think this is giving me an opportunity. You want me to tell you the truth? From governance point of view, that is exactly what happens in most organizations. And I'm not joking. We will give time. We will do business people. We will take time to talk about business, dimension, statistics, return on investment. When it comes to cybersecurity, they will tell the cybersecurity person, you have 3 minutes. Let me be honest, and I'm telling you the truth. I'm not joking. The group CISO of Access Bank, we're discussing after my session that in real life, the IT will do everything. But when it's cybersecurity, we pay lip attention to it. We come. We tell cybersecurity is important, but no. So the point is, we need to start to do the right thing. Are you doing the right thing? That is a strategy question. Are you doing them the right way? It's an architecture question. Are we getting them done well? It's a delivery question, and that's the only way we can get benefit. And that's the governance, making sure we're doing the right thing, we're doing them the right way, we're getting them done well. And because there's no time, those standards, like ISO 27001, PCI DSS, they are actually supposed to help us from governance point of view to make sure we are actually doing the right thing, doing them the right way, getting them done well so that we can get benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'll go to the Group CISO of Access Bank. This is a financial related question.
Thank you.
So, globally, organizations now take an average of 241 days to identify and contain a cyber breach. The banking sector has invested heavily in cyber resilience, fraud detection, and security operations. What lessons can healthcare, education, manufacturing, and government learn from financial institutions?
Yes, bank get attacks because that is where the money is. And the threat actors, they usually follow after the money. Now, one other thing I recalled some years back, I think Orthopedic Hospital, they had a cybersecurity, and I was invited to speak at, and because I know that in health sector, they don't understand cybersecurity. Maybe right now is now, you know, there's some level of, you know, education and awareness, because even in America or other developed countries, most of is the health sector that suffer most on ransomware attacks. You know, if you look the way they were paying ransom,
And it's because maybe those people attacking health sectors outside of Nigeria, they know that we have a much, much bad situation in Nigeria. Maybe they will have also. And because you still see some people's patient everything on the road. It's as bad as that, and they don't even understand record keeping, archiving, and record management of patients. Now, what are the lessons that other sectors outside of the banking system should start, taking lesson from? There is no one single way, no one cap fit all, if I have to say that. Now, when it comes to cybersecurity, it has to be layered. That in case one control fails, another one is still standing strong. Otherwise, if you think gone are the days when you think you have protected your perimeter and that you are safe. You don't do that at this point, because maybe, as we speak, your call, your crown jewels data might even be on somebody's phone, might be on somebody's laptop. That is how layer everything out. And because of the interconnectedness that we have, you see that people have been given the right to do so many things. A lot of people having access. So it is important you layer your defense at the minimum. And also try to look at the various domains and put relevant controls in each of those domains so that you can be sure at least that you have some respite. Then, of course, what is the beauty of having a business continuity plan and having a disaster recovery plan, but they were never tested? It's just like saying you are taking backup and you never do a failover test or backup test to see whether your backup is going to be relevant in the days of crisis. You will now realize that the day you want to do recovery or you want to recover those files, that you don't actually have a backup. So that is why you have to continuously test, do simulation exercise, crisis management, do all those drills, so that to prepare yourself as to know exactly what you will do when crisis actually happen. Then, of course, regulators, they are not your enemy. They're just to ensure that, so whatever baseline, whatever standards or requirement each of the regulators have put in place for you to at least protect all the assets and the customer data you have with you. The best, of course, you could do is to see those regulator standards as the baseline. They are not your, they are not your yardstick. They are mere baseline for you to comply with, and not just as a tick the box, but as a way of life where you build based on your own enterprise risk appetite of what you stand for in your organization. Then, of course, you build security as a culture, not as an IT thing, not as a department. Security is a normal saying that it is everyone's responsibility. So the days of ensuring that we more or less like micro segmentation in terms of when one area is attacked, not every other area. The days of doing flat network and all that, those days are gone. Now you have to assume that if a particular things go rogue, at least you still have an organization to fall with. And that is why with the AI advent and all that, you just have to ensure that each entity, each host on your network has relevant security and control built around it, so that when things happen, you still have an institution or a business to fall to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for her, please. This seat is a bit hot. Some of these questions are... Okay, I want to go to Mr. Adeyinka. Ransomware remains one of the fastest growing cyber threats worldwide, while generative AI is enabling attackers to produce increasingly sophisticated phishing campaigns, malware, and deepfake attacks at unprecedented speed. How concerned should business leaders be about AI-generated cyber threats, and how should organizations prepare?
All right, thank you. Whether the cyber threat is AI-generated or human-generated, attacks follows about 3 frames: human or social kind of attack, vulnerability-based attack, or collaborative-based attack. And all your attacks will form along these 3 spectrum. AI plays a lot of work around the human side, that's where phishing says, of vulnerabilities. What does AI do for an attacker? It allows him to discover vulnerability faster. In those days, he will have spent time to check it, but with an AI, it can create an agent that is just scanning and checking all your vulnerabilities. 80% of ransomware work on frame 1 and 2. There's either a human doing stupid, or you have left a lot of vulnerabilities unattended to. Now, I think we should look at attacks the way we look at football coaches. Like someone said, there are only 2 types of football coaches in the world. The one that have been fired and the one that are yet to be fired. So I'll tell every business there are only 2 types of business as security concerned. The one that have been attacked and the one that are yet to be attacked. So once you have that mindset that it's just a matter of time, this thing is going around, one day it will be your turn. You now need to take the necessary checks and behavioral checks that helps you mitigate these 2. Number 1, what are you doing around vulnerabilities? Are you ignoring them? Because if you ignore them, somebody will exploit them. Like the scripture says, give no room to the devil. If you give him space, it will manifest. You need to do something about your vulnerabilities. Number 2, are your people trained to understand phishing? As somebody tried to fish me, as experienced as I was, using my MD's ID, using her name, on Teams. They tried on WhatsApp, we blocked it. And that almost got me because like she communicated with me on Teams. But like ransomware are not real. I'm happy to announce to you they are real. I've lived through one. And I will always tell you it wasn't palatable. The amount of work you have to do to recover is too much. And I will borrow from the CISO's feedback. Your defense now has to be layered. I used to tell people the IT I'm managing now and the one I joined, they are not the same. In those days, once we put firewall, if you want to do more, we put IDP, we'll go man, we sleep. Now, even the laptop must be protected. Every device must have intelligent security, not I have antivirus. We've left that one. Now, the critical part for businesses that will live with them is you need to pay. Because there are 2 things that affect security in most enterprises. The willingness of management, which the prof has spoken to, is always the last thing on the agenda. And when you now ask them to pay for what is needed to defend it, most people think, nothing has happened now. Don't wait. Because the cost that will happen to you when something happens, you might not like it. It may not even be the cost of the ransom. That reputational problem that you're going to have can be more damning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him, please. Yeah, I would be taking the MTN expert. And that's because he talked about what MTN is doing in telecoms and all of that. So today, financial services, healthcare, government services, cloud computing, and even AI all depend on resilient telecommunications infrastructure. As digital ecosystems become increasingly interconnected, how critical has telecommunication infrastructure become to national cybersecurity and digital resilience?
Okay, thanks. You listed a few use cases. People are finding relationships and sustaining relationships even using technology and using telecommunication systems. I think that when you engage a few weeks, like I had mentioned, I was in where cybersecurity were having big conversations around it, and then you find that a lot of work keeps law enforcement agents awake in this time. The crimes that are happening on the cyber, on the digital landscape. I think that sort of just tells you how entrenched technology, telecommunication has become. Not only in our businesses, but even in our day-to-day lives, how we're making payments, collecting payments, finding new friends, keeping in touch with family. So it then means that there's a huge digital footprint that we're living on the telecommunication ecosystem. And I think that even when you look at how decisions around different countries, governments, are even acquiring technology, or telecommunication technology, and all of the geopolitics that goes into it, it just also broadens your mind as to how important that layer in all of our digital ecosystem sort of plays. And I think that as a nation, we need to take that a bit more serious. One, in terms of even who we partner with in acquiring those technologies that sustain that landscape. Two also will be how are we also able to collaborate a bit more. So technology, the telco space is just one layer within the entire digital ecosystem. And now that we're talking cybersecurity, you would find that these sort of forums, conversations, we need to have more of them with people like us in the telco space, because for you to fight and address cyber crimes properly, not only reactively, but even from a proactive standpoint, we need to continue to create that ecosystem where these sort of conversations, where collaborators, both on the telco space and the business space, on the law enforcement space, can come together and continue to share ideas. I think that's how I would want to just speak to that. I can't overemphasize that the telco space is pretty much fundamental when it comes to understanding people's digital footprints and the fight against cyber crime. And for MTN, it's one area where we don't sleep over. Even when you look at our organizational structure and even how we sort of just put out services to our customers. Prof had mentioned how some people think security after. We take it a bit different. We sort of look at it right from when you're designing the product. So if you say there's a product that is going out and customers are going to have to engage with it, you don't wait till you're halfway. You need to engage the security guys right from inception, what we call some sort of like a design thinking, approach, so that everything security is discussed from inception, and we're not missing anything. I think that's the mindset that we have as an organization, and we want to also encourage people, the business community, to also entrench in their governance process and their technology in developing or approaching or embracing technology. Thanks.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's celebrate him, please. I'll be coming to my left now for Mr. Wevure. Nigeria ranked 12th among amongst foreign countries reporting cybercrime complaints to the FBI's Internet Crime Complaint Center in 2025. While Interpol continues to, what more should government be doing to strengthen Nigeria's cybersecurity ecosystem?
Thank you very much. So what should the government do? So I'll first of all start by saying we need to position, Nigeria is not the only country, I mean there are reports, but Nigeria is not the only country where there are reported cyber crime activities. So we think that there's a lot of image cleaning that the Nigerian government needs to do, a lot of publicity, a lot of enlightenment in terms of reclaiming our image that, it's safe to do business in Nigeria, right? Internally, I would say we don't need any new legislation. We don't need any new laws or statutes to be put in place. What we actually need is enforcement. And what will enforcement do? Enforcement will discourage people from engaging in such activities. I mean, for example, as part of the CIA, the cybersecurity triad, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, we have not really considered availability as a cybersecurity threat, right? In 2025, we still had up to 9,000 fiber courts in the country. What does that say? That even as the fiber has been designated as a national infrastructure, people still destroy those fiber that's being laid. Again, what does that mean? It means that the service is not available. It also means that critical infrastructure are being threatened daily. So the point I'm trying to make here is this. What we actually need is visible enforcement of laws that are already in place. What that will do again is to change the behavior of people, make people compliant, and also give us a good image out there. Secondly, now, Nigeria needs to develop a national security posture. Because what does that do for the economy, right? And how does that place Nigeria? We are moving to get investment in things like fintech, in things like data center. Now, if, how do I put this? So we're looking to get investment, right? A wrong security posture that does not position Nigeria as a country who has a national agenda to secure its assets discredits us, gives us a discount on our overall infrastructure, values or valuation, that's how I put it. So again, we have priced ourselves out from the rest of the world, the way for investors that come to invest in the roles of regulators in the country. And I'm trying to tie this to why there seems to be that we're playing lip service as he tried to, as the prof here tried to say, we're playing lip service to security issues because mostly we have internal regulation or administrative issues. So how do I make this clear? There are overlapping roles between the likes of NCC, NITDA, even CBN, right? What the government needs to do is first and foremost needs to clear out those overlapping roles, right? Let each organization have a demarcation as to where they administrate their regulation. So again, what would that mean? It means that the players within that sector will take these rules a bit more seriously, push it down to sectors that they also cover, and again, it gives us a better image, right? How we need to fix the external problem is what we do to fix our internal problem. So this is not about us just, I know I started with going about campaigns that will clean our image. But the truth is, if the truth is going to be said, we need to clean up our own act, right? We need to clean up our own act, lay things in ground that will make people follow. Last point will be this, and again, this also goes back to what we need to do internally. We need to make cyber security risk reporting as a matter of compliance for organizations. Now, the banking sector is heavily regulated, so they've been forced to do that. And that's why even the threat to the banking, the attacks has increased, but the report also shows that they've been able to defend themselves very well, right? Because as a matter of regulation or compliance, they've been forced to report their cybersecurity posture, even report their losses in terms of actual figures to NIPS. So I think that same posture is what other verticals, other industries should also do. Like you rightly mentioned around hospitality. I don't think they have the same regulation that they have for the banks as they have for the hospitality business. And I think that's something that needs to be put in place, right? We need to enforce or make this bank as a matter of license renewal, whatever it is, to be able to put forward, make their cyber assessment report available. While I'm not going to try to say what we need to do externally, I'm trying to focus on what we need to do internally to give ourselves the right posture that makes industries that are under these regulators to be compliant. Overall, this will give us a good posture, and I think that's what the government can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me have the prof come in. Prof next. According to the FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center, reported cybercrime losses reached $20.9 billion in 2025, representing 26% increase over the previous year, with more than 1 million complaints filed. At the same time, Nigeria Data Protection Act. What practical changes should organizations now be making to improve governance, compliance, and customer trust? Why? Because he plays in both the academic and also
Okay.
as a business person?
I'm actually more of a practitioner than an academics. So, yeah, but that's a very good question. And I think even that numbers, because see, all these numbers that flies around, believe me sincerely, most of them are not totally accurate. Because the real figure is actually, if you want to confirm, if you go to Cybersecurity Venture, it's a New York-based, research-based organization. In fact, as we speak, the entire world has lost close to $10.5 trillion to cybersecurity. Yeah, so that 22 billion is far cry from for what is happening. It's $10.5 trillion, in fact, which makes cybercrime the third biggest economy in the world, according to that research world. So, but then, why are we talking about these numbers? It still boils down to, and I think I like what, sorry, I didn't get your name. Yeah, what you said about, I think it was MTN. Yeah, building security by design, privacy by design. That before, and for every innovator in the house, this is why this is the way we should think about cybersecurity. Imagine, cars today, when they are in the automobile industry, when they are building cars, they don't think about building brakes later, or they want to build windshield later. Imagine if all the cars that we have today, that we have to go and put brake later, we have to go and be thinking about bringing windshield later. And do you know what is going to happen? There will be so much catastrophic, and it will lead to a lot of risk, recklessness all over the place. And that is what is happening with what we're doing with information technology. And it boils down from understanding. Because we don't understand. IT, you can't see it. Cars, you can see. So, number one, there's need for capacity building. If from the top, that is not just about innovation, but innovation with security by design. That from the word go, I've seen so many organizations by the virtue of what we do, that even, in fact, before we go live, some organizations still think, why not? Why do we have to do security tests? Do you understand? So, but when there is appropriate training from the board to the management, and then to the operational guys, when they understand the risk that is involved, it will help from governance point of view to make sure that it becomes somewhat like a culture, like Dr. Favor Ifemi said. It becomes a culture, because culture is a way of life. Something that we must do, not something that we should have. You understand? And that mentality starts to govern. Because what is governance? Governance is direct and control. And it takes the board. Because just like corporate governance, all businesses go bankrupt because the board does not have understanding. So in the same way, the board too should start to understand, how to govern cybersecurity, not from operational point of view, but, because there's what is called RASI. The RASI chart in governance for cybersecurity. Who is responsible, who is accountable, who is consulted, and who is informed. And guess what? The board primarily is accountable, and they need to understand that role. And that's the only way they can govern well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. So I'll be going from this end to the other end. Thank you very much for helping to pass the mic. So global cybercrime was projected to cost $10.3 trillion annually in 2025, with forecasts suggesting this could rise to almost $16 trillion by 2029. If cybercrime were an economy, it would be ranking among the largest in the world. Given this scale of economic impact, why should cybersecurity now be viewed as a boardroom and national economic issue, rather than simply an IT responsibility?
Thank you very much. I'm representing Mr. John Wachuku, the CEO of Zora Communications Limited. Yes, to the question, having this projection is cause for planning. We talk about human capital development. Do we have the required training? Do we have the staff that can handle that? So this calls for, if the companies cannot manage it, the government can come and have some input in that. We also have the need for like some fintechs that cannot handle the infrastructure for the cybersecurity. We have, we put together SOC as a service in order to help these fintechs and other smaller organizations. So when we know that something like this is about to happen, we have this project, cybersecurity as a design. When you are designing from scratch, when you are setting up your business, cybersecurity is be part of it, it's not after. And also from the board, just as mentioned, you know that the check signers, when it comes to cybersecurity, they may overlook it, but when they are informed about the impacts on the business, having this projection, it will make them know that, okay, this is very, very important for this business. So when every organization is secured, right from the board to all the resources in the organization, know what is involved. Now, in that case, everybody will be carried along, not some people going the other way around, because when you talk about phishing and the rest of those things, clicking the wrong link and exposing the whole organization, if one individual is down in the organization, it affects the whole organization. So in that case, everybody has to be aware of the cyber, maybe the cyber security risk in the organization and know how to manage it so that the organization will be secured.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's clap for him, please. I'll be coming to the middle now. It looks like football. So Osato will be helping us out now. Nigeria is estimated to lose approximately $500 million every year to cybercrime, while cumulative losses across banking, telecommunication, and government between 2017 and 2023 have been estimated to as approximately 1.1 trillion naira. Given these figures, is cybersecurity now equally important for small and medium-sized businesses? And where should SMEs begin?
Yeah, okay. So I would say something. Small and medium-sized businesses always feel like they are not targets. Like Madam Favor said earlier, most people would most likely go after the banks or where the money or the telcos are, you know, but you can think of it in another way. These small and medium businesses are easier targets to these hackers and attackers. So most businesses, even us, when we are chasing the big guys, we're also looking for low-hanging fruits. And the numbers of low-hanging fruits are usually more than the big guys. So as a small and medium business, I think you should also take cybersecurity very seriously, because these hackers know that most of them don't, you know, invest so much in cybersecurity tools or cybersecurity, how would I put it, softwares and guards and all that. So we need to begin to create more awareness to these small and medium businesses, you know. You don't even need to spend so much. So that's why you have the likes of, for instance, you can collaborate with the MTN cloud providers. You know, you can have things like disaster recovery as a service, you know. So at this scale, you are not spending a lot. You are just paying like an OPEX or a subscription model to have those security in place. And that's why you have some cloud, hybrid cloud functions that different OEMs are also providing, you know. We can, you know, get these small and medium businesses, create awareness and train their staffs to be able to identify all these phishing emails and, you know, deepfake AI cyber attacks. Then I think another one would be, for everybody in the organization to take cybersecurity very important. So it's not left to the IT guys. Everybody from the board down to the floor or the office, you know, workers should know the importance of cybersecurity. And if there's any governance policy that is in place. Everybody should follow it end to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would want to have the Group CISO of Access Bank do justice to this one. Let's clap for her, please. So, Nigeria loses an estimated $500 million US annually to cybercrime. Yet organizations are under constant pressure to innovate through AI, cloud computing, and digital transformation. How can organizations strike the right balance between innovation, cybersecurity, and protecting customer privacy?
Thank you very much. Let me start from the angle of if you don't innovate, you will die. So you have to innovate, but there are also things that must be done. There are things to take cognizance of. You know, the governance that Professor Badare made mention is very paramount. You know, when two people are trying to innovate and they throw caution to the wind, definitely they will get burned. But then when you're doing things, all those figures that are being, you know, thrown around, whether from the names figure, whether from the one that are reported and unreported thing, are these things really happening? Yes, they are happening. But what does that mean that you should now stay in the dark? It's just like you said that because of innovation, because of crime and everything, you are not going to do anything. Then maybe you pack your luggage and go to the village. Even in the village, they are using internet. You know, they are using DSTV, they are using everything. The IoT is everywhere. They all have internet presence. So what are we saying? There is no hiding place. So the only thing is that we now have to do this the right way. And what is the right way? There are standards to be followed. There are basic things that we need to put in place. Even everybody is doing AI. One of the speakers said today is that AI is wearing two caps. It can either be for the positive, it can either be for the negative. Now, it depends on what you are using. What are the governance that support what you are doing? What are the things? Are you actually, because everybody sometimes when you pick innovation, you pick technology as it's evolved. They just go, you know, and just implement with no proper understanding what all the controls that they need to put in place, with no proper control of the governance or what they are expected, what are they really how to achieve. Because technology will continue to evolve, and we have not seen anything. But then as we evolve and also as we innovate, there are relevant controls. We don't need to do a catch-up game. There are things to be put in place. There are governance to follow. There are technological controls to put in place. Now, when it comes to protecting customer data, you also know that now customers are also getting more aware. They understand their rights. The right to be forgotten, the right to object, the right to say that I don't want to receive this, I don't want to receive that. And when you contravene it, they can take you home. And we are seeing a lot of things already happening. So which also means that every organization must know what they are doing, especially when you are doing with a customer, external customer thing. Even your own employee, you are also compared under the NDPA Act NDPA to protect the data of everything, whether you as a processor or as a controller. There are some guidelines that you are expected to follow. So when we follow all the basic guidelines, and not just as a tick the box, but it is properly implemented, and the proper culture is there, the proper governance is there, the proper technological control is there, you can't stop innovating, because that's the way to scale. You can't be doing the old way, the old thing, and expect to see a very fantastic result. You have to do it the right way, you have to innovate, but you have to do it in a responsible manner, following all the necessary guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for her, please. I'll be going to Ifeanyi. So if I'm carrying a card, whether it's a Naira card or a dollar card, I never leave money in that card account. It's only when I'm about to do transactions I move money to the card account, because a friend of mine lost a lot of money because the money was in the card and the card was connected to his main source of money. So maybe that's a tip for somebody here. To Mr. Ifeanyi, despite increased law enforcement activity, global ransomware payments still exceed $813 million. These monies are huge in 2024. Many organizations are accelerating cloud adoption to improve resilience and recovery. From a security perspective, how do cloud services strengthen an organization's cybersecurity posture?
So one is, as you're building your business and you're scaling, you're just focused on addressing, putting value on the table for your customer and then earning revenue. You find that, so that's the primary focus of every business. But again, while you're doing that, you're innovating and all of that, you find that the people or the skill set that is required for you to do all of the great things around security as you're evolving or innovating, you may not, you may not have all of that in-house, right? So that's one. Two is even the right technology to be able to sort of ring fence your business against today's threats and the future threats, right? Well, we're talking AI. What we're going to see exponential, growth in cybersecurity, because people are now going to be using AI to wanting to do those things at a faster pace. So all of that is what's going to be hitting us. I think the most important thing is, as we embrace, it's important that as you're, for customers or businesses to start to embrace cloud services, managed offerings, because that affords those businesses an opportunity to offload that responsibility to experts. People who live and breathe that space on a daily, right? So that you as a business can stay focused. So you understand your business objectives, you're able to sort of just share that from time to time with your service providers, your platform providers, your cloud providers and the likes. They understand where you're headed to and are able to sort of curate the right technology that can ring-fence your business. I think it's important that that businesses adopt that approach to addressing security, particularly as they continue to innovate. I think the other thing to also mention will be your choice of partnership on that journey is also very important. There are a lot of people who play in that space, but you also need to run that journey with people who understand not only the technology threats that the way they're going to attack you in Africa will differ from the way they probably would attack some other European business. Because you see, sometimes some of these guys also look at your way of life as a people, and then know where your weaknesses lie, and then use that as an, as a weak point to sort of. So it's important that when, as a business on this part of the continent, when you're adopting technologies, cloud, and some of the great things that you've mentioned, you need to ride that journey with service providers who understand your business. I think that would be my advice to businesses who are adopting.
Thank you very much,
technologies. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I want us to, as we draw to a close now, I want Mr. Adeyinka to address this. So if we were to reconvene, let's clap for Ifeanyi, please. Thank you very much. If we were to reconvene 3 years from today, what measurable indicator would convince you that Nigeria has significantly strengthened its cybersecurity posture, and what actions must begin today to achieve that outcome?
I personally don't think security market, but what I expect to see in about 3 years' time, it's more governance oversight. I expect the governance to leave the level of just management, to move to board, and to move to regulators. So that so if you go to accounting now, we have things like FRS 4. And we can track FRS 4 from operational side, management side, board side, and regulatory side. If you share that document with anybody, all of us will come to the same conclusion with your finance and the health of your business. We have to agree that kind of framework, at least nationally, that we help. The second thing is to also do the things we have said we will do now. So government have said many of these infrastructure are national asset, but they are not still being treated as national asset. I know a government project in my area that tore fiber last week. Government project that tore fiber, right of way, which government gave them. I had that last year. 3 fibers were cut in VI, and 3 of them were by government. So we need to now say, this is what is our posture. But the other thing that is important to me is the skill development. So when you talk of cyber attack, it's human being that is behind it. They are not spirits and they are not angels. The critical part is, what is that roadmap that we do from now to redirect that energy as a country into something better? I always tell someone, a Yahoo boy is an halfway cybersecurity analyst without training. Personally, that's what I think. Because to construct phishing, we should just take it allowed to be constructing phishing emails. You already have field experience. So for me, a Yahoo boy is a cybersecurity analyst that we did not train, we did not give opportunity to, that created his own market. So we need to also have a framework not only to educate the nation, but to develop the nation. Lastly, the most important thing we also have to do is to make this a national agenda. It's currently now a government, a business agenda. We aren't doing anything on the school side. We aren't doing anything on the educational side. We aren't doing anything on the SME side. If you think it's only banks that are being hit, that's a lie. Go to Okeari, our own side is not being documented. Nobody is training them. They are just learning after they are hit. Okay, if you get alert, check bank first. But they've taken 5 million goods. It's true. We don't just record it. A lot of people have lost money in their account. The way I do my account, where the card is, there's no money. The money in the card account cannot more than 50K. If I want to spend more than 50K, I will move it there. I've learned that your card, your PIN could have been compromised. We need to now make it a national agenda. But number one thing for me is that top-level governance. That is not just, because currently now we have governance, but governance is not top-down. And as long as governance is not top-down, believe you me, the easiest way to hack a bank is phishing. Because social engineering is cheaper than vulnerability management. And that means if we don't do it top-down, somebody will exploit us. Lastly, as a country, we also have to do a better branding of our image. I asked ChatGPT the top 5 countries on cyber crime. Nigeria is not top 3, by the way. We are not top 3, we are like 5 or 4, depending on how you dimension it. There are people that do it better than us. Yeah, most people don't know that. We are not the top. Some people, I don't want to start mentioning countries now, but if I go to the countries that do it, just imagine the countries where UN cannot reach. You know those countries? The one that UN cannot reach. UN cannot reach, United States cannot reach. Their cyber crime units are very strong. We are just giving a bad name. And we need to manage that too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's celebrate all of them. It's been a lot of learnings. I want to close this by saying that it's been some education. I know this is being recorded, and let's celebrate all of them again for me. Thank you very much for giving us the time and the knowledge.
Thank you so much. Please let's celebrate these amazing panelists for sharing with us from their knowledge and impacting us this afternoon. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. All right, so we know we're already winding down for the day. Thank you. We're already winding down for the day. We have just one more session and we're good for the day. So we want to crave your indulgence to please still stay with us because we want you to have a fully packed experience this particular event. Okay? So quickly for the next panel session, this is actually one that is very strategic because we're bringing together top management and we're calling it the C-Suite Round Table. Okay? It's the C-Suite Round Table, and they're going to be having conversations on strategic sessions that will be covered at this moment. So I will be inviting the moderator for this particular round table in person of Ramat Lasisi. She's the manager, Anderson Consulting, Veraki. Please put your hands together as we welcome Ramat Lasisi to coordinate the C-Suite Round Table. Please let's celebrate her till she gets to the stage. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, business leaders, technology professionals, everyone here, and also member of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I'm Ramat Lasisi, as rightly introduced. I'm a manager at Anderson Consulting, where I help businesses to redesign their process, improve their operational efficiency, and then also drive digital transformation that combines strategy and technology. So I know we are out of time, but then I have the theme for the panel this hour is what Nigerian business must do now to compete in the intelligent digital economy. And it is my pleasure to welcome my panelists. So let me go to it. Allow me to introduce my panelists so that they can join me here. So I'll start with Adewale Edun. Adewale Edun is a senior technical consultant at Critical Infrastructure Resilience Company, a leading voice on infrastructure protection, resilience, and cybersecurity. Welcome. Okay, so my next is Dika Oha. Please welcome. Dika Oha is the head of product, Paystack, with strategy and business growth. You're welcome. Please welcome him. Can you give him a round of applause? Thank you. Okay, and let me welcome Latifat Yasser. Latifat Yasser, she is the head of IT Business Relations Management at TGI Group. That's one of the Africa's leading conglomerates with operations spanning multiple sectors. Okay, please join me welcome my guest, and then we go right into it. Okay. Welcome, everyone. So let me set the context. So Nigeria, as we know, is one of the largest digital economies in Africa. But we still see ourselves, struggling with innovation, struggling with what should be our priorities? Where should we invest? What capabilities should we develop? And that brings me to the theme that is before me that we are basically discussing, which is what Nigerian business must do, what Nigerian businesses must do now to compete in the intelligent digital economy. So my first question is to Adewale Edun. So Nigerian economy is becoming increasingly digital. Everywhere you go, it's becoming digital. So what are the biggest risks organizations face if they fail to prioritize resilience in their critical infrastructure?
Thank you. The most important thing for any environment is to identify what you're dealing with. As far as cybersecurity and resilience is concerned, you've got to identify the operational, financial, and regulatory, which are the key theme of what you need to look at. When I say operational, it means that as Nigeria has been going through banking, fintech, infrastructure leading in Africa, there is that need for us to make sure that resilience is part of what we're aware of. And the previous, we heard about how important, in the 1990s, for instance, you have organization starting a project without even looking at the beginning and the end. But over time, there's been different frameworks, like Prince 2 and some other ones, that looks at, if you're going to start a project, you've got to put security and resilience at each stage. So you're looking at the resilience at each stage of the project. You're not waiting to get to the end before you start thinking, oh. So at the gate of decision making, to say, right, we want to engage into that project, you've got to be looking as, okay, resilience. You're not waiting till your car breaks down before you get an extra tire. Yeah? If you've got a business that needs electricity, you're not waiting till there's a power cut before you get a generator. In the context of Nigeria as a country, it is very, very important. Majority of the frameworks out there is a standard requirement. What's your BCP like? Business continuity plan. It's as important as putting a product in the market. Because if there is a failure in the chain of production, for any reason, operationally, it affects you. Financially, and now with the regulatory body finally getting grip of what they need to do, we know that the NDCP, for instance, they are quite keen on the NDPA now, 2023. The way they're taking it is very serious. And then look at the recent directive from CBN, which has got a timeline to it. So that needs to be cut. With all these things put together, there is abundant need for you to manage and look at resilience as part of what needs doing. So in a nutshell, for every stage of whatever activity an organization is going to implement, you need to think about the resilience. You're not only just thinking, it's not just a matter of paperwork. Majority of the standards out there now, some people do it just as a tick box. Resilience cannot be a tick box. You've got to make sure that as you're thinking about making money from whatever product you're putting out there, in order for you to achieve that resilience, otherwise your production will stop. Right. So in order for Nigeria as a leading factor in Africa to get to where we need to get to and where we want to get to, we've got to keep on thinking as resilience, especially with our current situation where power cut and all these things affects us. Yeah. So more than any other country, even Nigeria has to be one that is thinking first about resilience, right, before any other thing. Right. I'll stop that for now.
Right. Thank you so much, Adiwale. And that's it. So what's of the project? And then check on what your business continuity plan is. Thank you so much. Now, my next question is to Dika. Okay. Please pardon me. Let me welcome Abiola Lasende, who just joined us in the panel. Thank you so much. And she is the convener of CIO and C-Suites Award and Club. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Okay, so back to Dika. As the head of product at Paystack, what are the most critical digital capabilities Nigerian businesses need to build today if they want to remain competitive in an increasingly intelligent, data-driven economy?
Okay, a really good question. There are many layers you can solve problems digitally as a business, but I think the question says what is like this top one. If I'm going to pick one particular one, it would be that layer between the business and the customer. So if you're a B2B, B2C, a lot of your innovation and a lot of the onboarding of digital into your business should be happening at that level heavily. It doesn't mean, of course, you know what an iceberg looks like. When you see you can see something at the top, but that's like 10% of what's under. it means that you still have to build a lot of internal capability. You still have to build a lot of back office capability with technology digitally for your business to understand orders, to understand processing. Like, I'm just using an example for something that looks like commerce, right? But regardless of the business model it is, whether it's a service, a product that your company offers, it doesn't really matter. The most important, I think the highest leverage area you can solve for going forward will be that consumer layer. And the reason is this: the whole world, if the whole world is now the digital village, one. Number two, to see how crazy and scary this looks, look east, look to India, look to China, maybe even look to Brazil, and just see what they are doing in those countries with respect to digital transformation and digital economy. The level at which they are playing, it's a matter of time. Africa is always trailing the East by something like 5 years to 8 years. 8 years for like China, 5 years for like India, 3 years for like Brazil, right? So if you look at Brazil today and you see any like new thing that is making wave, then it's gonna happen to us soon, whether you like it or not. So the thing to do would be to then look at it and say, wait, if my business looks like this person's business in Brazil today, and this is how they're handling customer touch points digitally, this is how they're interacting with the customers, this is how they're getting their sales and revenue, this is how they're running their business, then you want to start to, and this is the age of copying. Don't be ashamed to copy anything. This is not the age to try to create something new. Just copy it. But of course, you're going to innovate it. You're going to environment for sure. But I would say that's one of the highest leverage areas would be, how do I get more customers? How do I get more people to choose me every time they want to hire for this service or hire for this product that I offer? Because I won't be the only one offering it, you know, competition. WhatsApp away, Instagram away, I'm a website away, you know, I'm a chat bot away. Anything you want to use that you can use, create that touch point and strengthen it over time. Make it your number one strategy such that in the future, it can replace whatever physical touch points you have. Like, think about it that way. I'm not saying replace the touch points today, but think about it from the perspective that if this replaces all my physical touch points, that is how I know I won. That's how I know I succeeded in what I was doing from a digital perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Dika. So my takeaway from here is, please be proud to copy and paste, but innovate. So pay attention to the consumer layer. Just look into how do I get more people to keep choosing me as a business. Thank you so much once again. Now I will move on to Latifat. So my question for you is, what role should technology leaders, what role should they play in helping businesses navigate economic uncertainty while still pursuing digital transformation?
Okay, thank you so much, Ramat. In times of economic uncertainty, we all know that technology does have critical roles, you know, like two, you know, which is to protect the business and today and also prepare it for tomorrow. So the role will not just be to deliver technology, but also guide and make smart investment decisions, increase the resilience, and create a sustainable business advantage. So I'll literally say that we must play this critical. Firstly, we must be value brokers, right? So instead of just being technology enablers, right? So when conditions are challenging, we know that every investment is going to be scrutinized, you know. So hence, we need to lead to cost of optimization, productivity, revenue growth, reduce our risk and all that and improve the customer experience. So the conversation should naturally shift from what technology do we need to what value does this bring to the business, right? Secondly, we need to prioritize transformation that improves efficiency and resilience. So in tough times, when there are economic pressure, there will be a high need for automation, processes and standardization and all that. So we need to bring in technology that will help us reduce the manual work and improve the decision making and strengthen, collaboration. So that's it for me.
Okay.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Latifat. Thank you so much. So my takeaway is, I picked that industry shouldn't be just about delivering, but more of guiding, be a value broadcast, and also looking into automation at the point of where there are crises, so that where there are humans and then they are unreachable, automation can take place and still keep the world moving forward. Thank you so much, Latifat. Yes, I'm coming to you now, Aviola. And my question for you would be
the simple one.
If you had to advise a CEO who only had one strategic technology, just one investment, just one strategic technology investment to make over the next 12 months, what would it be and why? What would you advise?
Wow. As a governance, professional and someone who is human-centric, I think my first advice would be for that CEO to ensure that the professionals, the leaders who are going to manage that investment, to be in the room. When I say the room, it could be at the board level, it could be at the strategic investors level, but they must be at the table of negotiation so that they can dimensionalize that investment in all spheres, in all parameters. The technology emergence evolution conversation has moved now from just labeling our technology leaders as back-end cost, like they are just there to spend money. It has been moved from that back in the day narrative to you are now strategic leaders who must be part of the decision taking. So it's very uncommon to find, for instance, the CIOs at high-level strategic board meetings. The CEOs will be there. The CFO would definitely be there. And for the most part, the business development guys, the commercial leaders, whatever level they are wearing, and even the risk managers may be there. But the CIO, somebody would take responsibility for presenting their reports. So until we get to that level where a CEO sees the CIO, the CTO, the CISO, the one manning the IT infrastructure as, look, this is my 2IC, then we haven't started. So that CEO must not take a decision outside of consultation, deep consultation with those who are actually charged with IT governance. So I would say that. And of course, the human-centric part, because I said two things. The human-centric part is also, look, are my people going to go through a training, or how are they going to be, how are we going to upskill them to be able to leverage and harness and milk that investment? Otherwise, if you're looking down the 12 months after the 12 months of investment, you're going to have a lot of, if we had known, we should have, would have, should have. So those would be my two critical pieces of advice to a CEO to say, look, you can't make this decision, even if you migrated from that stage to becoming the CEO. Now there's a new sheriff and there's a new leader who took over from him, although it's somewhat not too common to see CIOs and the rest of the C-Tech levels, transitioning to CEOs, I'm sorry, unless they are starting something on their own. But if they are working within corporates, right, I'm glad that that narrative is changing gradually. But we must get to a point where the next CEO is not just about the guys from the commercial center, the guys who are bringing in the numbers, but those who are going to preserve the future of that organization. That's the C-Tech leaders. Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambriola. Please, a round of applause. Yes, thank you for that insight. You mentioned two things, and I'm summarizing it as a leader, you cannot just take decision on your own. Be collaborative. As we collaborate on the team level, we also collaborate at the C-suite level. And with collaboration, you can share ideas, and of course, you can implement. Thank you so much once again. Okay, so I know we are out of time, but I just have one more question for everyone, and then I'll be starting with Adewale. In 1 minute or less, what is the single most important action Nigerian businesses must take now in order for them to compete successfully in the intelligent digital economy?
They must take now.
Yes.
Right. That's just from what the ladies just said.
Right.
Yeah. The CTO, CIO must be in the same room.
Must be in the same room.
It's very important because over time, because cybersecurity and technology is not bringing money directly into the business. So they've always been at the end. Now, things have changed now. We're not using on-site server again. Yeah. Gone are the days when you run cables, and now everything goes to cloud. The long and short of it is people talk about cloud. Some people actually think there's something in the cloud. Yeah. But that means you're giving your data to somebody else to hold. Right. Now, because of that, innovation has to be within. When you're starting innovation, whatever you're thinking about, like I said earlier, you got to be thinking about what's the resilience part of it. And when we look at what we do, and the weakest link has always been people. Yeah. Yeah? Okay? Biggest threat for you now is from your third-party suppliers. Yeah? Third-party risk management organization has to get hold of it. Yeah? Because even if you train your people, you perfect your environment, yeah, the people that will rush into your environment, yeah, the third party that you're giving access to voluntarily, what if they are breached? Yeah? So we've got to be looking at all these things because there is flesh, there is body in all these things. And like everyone has said, the stakeholders need to take note. Because gone are the days when you can just do something and get away with it. Now, even because of the regulatory body finally getting hold of what they need to get hold of, yeah, the fine and that can come from some like CBN, from NDPC, yeah, is going to go into their pocket. And that will make them wake up and do something about what they need to do something about. If we look at what's your name again, please? Nick has said, yeah, we need to look at what other continents are doing. It's identified that we're 3 years behind Brazil. And if they are ahead of us, copy and paste. I've got no problem with that. Right. Yeah? If there's anything that is good for Africa, no one is telling us to invent. Yeah? All we have to do is copy and paste. And then tailor it to our localization, run it to our own level. I wish I can talk on this for the rest of the day, but I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Adewale. Okay, please clap for Adewale. Thank you. All right, so Dika, same question to you. You want me to repeat it?
Yeah, repeat it.
Okay, all right. So I said in 1 minute, what is the single most important action Nigerian businesses must take now to compete successfully in the intelligent digital economy? What action?
So yeah, just to add to not repeat and to add maybe the second or the third. I don't know what the ranking is, but I think at this point it would be and just to couple everything that has been said to by her as well, that room, the way that room is set up, where core decision is made, your IT or whoever leads innovation or whoever leads tech, some companies call it product, and generally just any other person who would likely be looking for the next most innovative thing that they can do for the company. So whether that thing is we want to make our company AI native, and when we say AI, it's a buzzword, it's, everybody understands ChatGPT merely, or just dabbling into AI here and there, but beginning to figure out what are knowledge work that we do that's very repetitive, that is well documented, has great processes. We do it very well every day. Examples, and this doesn't mean replacing the people who are doing those jobs today, but one would be if you had a call center and people call, but your call center only runs from 8 to 5, then that means people can't reach you after 5. You get either a bad customer experience or people just have to wait with a bad experience till the next day. Why not figure out ways to automate that, because the capabilities are there? So finding a way to, in that room of people who are figuring out to defend their business, look for the next things that will allow them to have this competitive advantage that the competitor cannot just come and take market share from you, is the thing that I would say. And it's anyone that can do this. It doesn't have to be even the C-Tech. It could be anyone who just needs to then acknowledge that that person exists, empower that person to the top, and tell the person, just go do this thing in parallel and come back to us with any breakthroughs you have, and we will listen to you and we'll follow you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dika. A round of applause. Thank you. I think we're still echoing be in the room. So you have to be in the room, and you have to also still, stay competitive, right? So that's one key takeaway from there. Latifat, same question.
Okay, so a lot has been said, and I'll just try to close it by saying that to compete in this digital economy, Nigeria businesses must move beyond just digitizing processes, and we have to build like very strong data-driven, AI-enabled operating models with very, very strong governance, emphasis on strong governance, because AI is here to make us, and if we are not very careful with strong governance models, and so that all of this will support the business agility, efficiency, decision making at a good scale. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Latifat. Thank you. A round of applause for her, please. So we should move beyond digitization, build AI-enabled system with strong governance to also aim and then improve agility. Thank you so much, Latifat. Yes, Abiola. Okay, so what is the okay, the soft okay, so let me just take it this way, just to ensure that I've speak the right question. What is this businesses should keep up to in this digital intelligent economy?
Wow, I would say collaboration, because collaboration is a new competition, whether we like it or not. When the MTN leader was talking about all the goodness that is coming out of MTN involving or has evolved as a technology company, I was just thinking of how, other players are going to start doing catch-up. And then the other side of my head said, look, that's what collaboration is about, that they're going to leverage all this huge investment that MTN is currently making. MTN, so as I'm marketing you now, that is an ecosystem narrative that is shifting. I'm using MTN as an example of a telecom company that has pivoted, is migrated, evolved into a technology company that the entire ecosystem can leverage. So for me, I believe so much, again, you know, that my human-centric disposition and how, as an industry player, you're not just building a business, but you're building Africa. So it involves collaboration. I can't be an ecosystem builder without looking at how what I'm doing now, my actions or inactions, are connecting to every other player's actions and objectives to now digital transformation agenda for Africa, by Africa, and in Africa, obviously. So it sits at my core, and every conversation should lead us to that, because we're not just looking at, oh, what are we building for now? We've involved. It's about, we're looking at the cybersecurity issues, what does this portend for Africa? We already have a label, and it's not a very nice one. We have all sorts of things. I mean, I remember how the prediction during COVID-19 was, oh, Africa will do what? Go under. But we did not only survive, we thrived, and we're still thriving. So for me, the biggest challenge I'll put in front of anyone is look beyond yourself. Because this continent, if the narrative is going to change, it's entirely up to us, okay? No one is going to come in. Those who come in, those of us who work with multinational, we know that the biggest part of the agenda is what? How we're funding other nations and the owners, the real founders and owners of these companies. I'm also one who has worked with multinational. I love it. We are in Africa. I'm a Pan-African. My core, my existence, everything. Dressing everything. So for me, as soft as it sounds, since Ramat didn't make it soft for me, right? I'm bringing this element to say we shouldn't walk out of such a highly successful without distilling everything into a communique that will go into every nook and cranny. It's happened in Nigeria, but it's Nigeria to what? To Africa and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Abiola. And we've come to the end of my panel session. I wish thank you so much, my panelists, for sharing your knowledge, for sharing your perspective to the topic at hand. And one key takeaway that I want to say is that you will agree with me that the intelligent economy has presented a lot of opportunities, and it takes the business who is intentional about growth, intentional about investment, intentional about being competitive, that would actually thrive, that would be able to adapt in this intelligent digital economy. Thank you so much for being part of the session. Thank you, everyone. A round of applause for my panelists. Thank you.
Thank you to our great and esteemed executives for sharing with us and shedding the light on what Nigerian businesses should do in order to compete in the intelligent digital economy. Thank you so much. We appreciate your knowledge. All right, so as we prepare to turn to the ICTEL team and the LCCI team, so I will be inviting, okay, after the pictures. Okay. All right, so right after the pictures, I will be inviting Mrs. Roselyn Ilori to give the vote of thanks, because it is not enough that I say thank you myself, so you definitely must hear it from the ICTEL team and planning committee as well. Please, let us give her a beautiful round of applause as she comes to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you so much to everyone. There's no way we can thank you enough. Starting from our dear president, sir, Engineer Leye Kupoli, thank you so much, sir. You didn't just start with us, but you waited till the very end. We are very grateful. To the DG, all the council members, and the entire senior membership of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to all the staff, what can we say? We are very grateful. Thank you so much for all the works that you did behind the scene. We see you and we are grateful. So we, the planning committee, others are not here. Okay, thank you so much for all the support that we, please let's give, especially the staff, a round of applause. We've been working on this for several weeks, turning to months, and here we are. Thank you for all the support. For our exhibitors, what do we say? Without you, we would not be here. Thank you, MTN. Thank you. I can't mention all the names. The sponsors, we are very grateful. Our media partners, Tech TV, we see you. Thank you so much for everything. Classic FM, Inspiration FM, Traffic FM, we say a big thing. Arise TV, thank you so much. Our exhibitors, apologies, cannot mention all the names. MTN, thank you for painting this place yellow. We are grateful. TTID, we see you. Thank you so much. And to all our speakers, our panelists, CIO Suits, thank you so much for waiting with us till the very end. We are grateful for everyone that has contributed in one way or the other. And most importantly, you that are still seated here. Despite the length, we didn't start quite early today, but we want to say a big thank you. If we had put all of this together, as all the sponsors, exhibitors, everybody is there, and you choose not to show up, definitely this event will not hold. Please, can you please, as you are seated there, give yourselves a round of applause. So here is all of us saying thank you very much for coming, and we look forward to receiving everyone next year. We trust God that next year is going to be bigger and better, and we look forward to having everyone. So on this note, we say a big thank you, and we see you next year. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, the ICTEL Planning Committee. This is the committee that put together this remarkable edition of the ICTEL Expo. Okay, so distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, over the past 2 days, we've learned many things, and I'm sure you can attest to that. We are leaving here as digital what? Oh, do we remember? We're not tech bros, we're not tech sis or tech ladies, we are tech visionaries. So we're leaving here as tech visionaries. We're going to invite the president of the chamber to please present the plaque to the final panel we just had. We cannot let them go without appreciating them. So we're inviting the president of the chamber to please hand over the awards to the CIOC Suite panel. All right. That was our moderator, Ms. Ramat Lasisi. Big thank you. Thank you for leading such an exquisite round table. We appreciate you and we say thank you. Okay, that is Mr. Dika Oha, the Head of Products, Pay Stacks. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us on this exquisite panel. We appreciate your time. Okay, that is the General Manager, IT TGI Group, Ms. Latifa Yassir. Thank you for joining us on the C-Suite Roundtable. We appreciate your thoughts, and we say they are words on stone. Thank you so much. Okay, that is the Senior Technical Consultant, the Critical Infrastructure Resilience Company, also known as CIRC, Mr. Adewale Edum. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us at the ICTEL Expo for this particular roundtable. And of course, the delectable convener of the CIO C-Suite Projects Africa, Mrs. Abiola Lasende. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for spending your evening with us. And a group photo. Yes. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we say a very big thank you for spending the past 2 days with us. Award as well. We sincerely appreciate you.